Chapter 1176. On the way back to the resting room, no one spoke. The atmosphere was heavy. Toka, Yoshino, Yagia, and Shisien tactfully walked at the back. They looked at Wu Yen and Meijio walking in front of them. They secretly exchanged glances. They seemed to be communicating something. Of course, although they said they were communicating through glances, there was only one emotion in Toka's eyes. It was confusion. Although Fourth Aunt's face was not filled with confusion, her beautiful big eyes were filled with confusion. Clearly, she did not understand what the other three sisters were trying to say with their eyes. Only Yi Jushi and Shi Xian were happily exchanging glances. From time to time, they would nod or shake their heads. They used extremely subtle movements to express what they wanted to say. Moreover, the other party seemed to understand what they were saying. It made people sigh in admiration. As expected of twin sisters, as for Wu Yen and Meijio who were walking in front of them, they didn't even look back. One raised her head and looked at the ceiling while the other lowered her head and looked at the floor. A heavy atmosphere fluctuated between the two. It was very depressing. Meijio secretly glanced at Wu Yen who was expressionlessly looking at the ceiling. She recalled Wu Yan's worried and disappointed gaze. She suddenly felt apologetic. She really wanted to apologize to Wu Yen. But then, Meijio realized she didn't do anything wrong. She didn't do anything to make him angry. Was there a need to apologize? Thinking of this, Meijio swallowed the apology that was about to come out of her mouth and lowered her head again. She continued to look at the floor. But Meijio actually knew. She knew why Wu Yen was acting like that. But Meijio didn't know how to respond. She could only choose to remain silent. For the current Meijio, finding the voice of the past. It was too difficult. Giving up the voice of the present was even more difficult. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that she didn't want to. Even though that was what she was thinking, Meijio's heart was unusually restless. She didn't want to continue remaining silent. She opened her red lips several times. However, he couldn't say anything and could only remain in this state. Until a certain moment, Wu Yen, who had been walking beside them and looking at the ceiling, suddenly narrowed his eyes. He grabbed Meijio's hand and stopped. Meijio was shocked. Looking at her hand being held by Wu Yen, in an instant, a reflexive resistance rose in her heart. That was Meijio's reaction to her disgust towards men. Obviously, even if the other party was Wu Yen, Meijio didn't want him to casually touch her body. "What are you doing?" Meijio couldn't help but struggle. "Let me go." Hearing this, Wu Yen glanced at the struggling Meijio. He ignored her actions and pulled her behind him. Then, he lifted his head and looked ahead. His lips curled into a smile. What an unexpected guest. Meijio, who was struggling, was stunned. It was only then that she realized, in the tunnel ahead, about 7 to 8 meters away from the group, there was a woman in office lady clothes with light blonde hair. She doesn't look like an Asian. She stood there and looked at them with a cold expression. Shido Oniai-san, Master. I repeat, Master. Toka, Yoshino, Yagia, and Yushin noticed something amiss as well. They ran behind Wu Yen and they looked ahead. When the girls saw the beautiful woman standing there, Toka cried out in shock. "Aren't you the photographer from the school trip?" "That's right. It's Irene. It's her." In the command room of Fraxinus, Shina was shocked when she saw Irene on the big screen. "Why is she there?" "Shina." Kotori turned around and looked at Shina. "Do you know her?" "It's hard not to know her." Shina raised her head and smiled. However, that smile looked fake. "Irene? Mira?" Methers, the second executive department head of the DM, was known as the world's strongest magician and was the executive director of the DM, Isaac Methers. Isaac Ray? Bellum? Well, Scott's right-hand man. He's a dangerous person. Damn. Night Moon and the other members of Ratatosker exclaimed in shock. The world's strongest magician? Kotori narrowed her eyes and asked Shina, "Is she strong?" "Strong. Very strong. Without a doubt, he is the strongest in the world." When he answered this question, there was no hesitation at all. "If I have the ability to kill an elf that hasn't manifested as an angel, then this person has the ability to kill an elf that has manifested as an angel in its complete form. Wow. Koteri's expression changed. On the other side, in the staff passage, Irene stared at Wu Yen, who stood in front of a group of fairy girls with a serious expression. Long time no see, elf. There's the red devil, fairy. Meijio looked at Wu Yen in shock. In return, Wu Yen shrugged. I didn't expect to see you here. Wu Yen revealed a smile that made Irene's heart tremble. Could it be that the world's strongest magician is captivated by Meijio's voice? Magician? Meijio's expression froze. She more or less understood the situation and why Wu Yen held her hand. She didn't resist and looked at Irene in silence. Irene glanced at Meijio before looking at Wu Yen. After saying this, Irene hesitated for a moment and softly called out, I'll directly express my intentions. I'm here to invite you. Invite me? Wu Yen raised an eyebrow. He seemed to recall something and smiled. Is it that disgusting guy Westcott? Irene frowned when she heard Wu Yen call Westcott disgusting. She didn't say anything and just stared at Wu Yen. Then what do you think? Brother. Don't agree. As soon as Irene finished her sentence, Koteri's voice sounded through the earpiece in a hurry. Dem's company in Heavenly Palace City is only a subsidiary company, but we don't know what they have. We can't just go to the enemy's base. Yeah, Onye-sama, Shina said. Although Dem is weaker than the parent organization of Ratatosker, Asgate Electronics, in terms of the manufacturing technology of the display device, they have been advocating the killing of elves for a long time. Therefore, their combat power is very strong. No matter how strong my brother is, he has no chance of winning against the entire Dem company. Captain, you also spoke. Be careful, it might be a trap. Wu Yen shook his head helplessly. Irene thought he was going to refuse, so she changed the topic. Didn't you say it before? If I survive, you'll come with me to meet Ike? Well, I did say that. Wu Yen shrugged and he chuckled after thinking for a bit. But I accept. Onye-sama. Koteri's sharp voice sounded in Wu Yen's ear. Don't worry. Wu Yen whispered into his earpiece. Don't forget, I still have familiars and ruby mode. Even if I can't get away, I can still teleport away. Koteri fell silent. Wu Yen glanced at Irene, who relaxed a little. He turned around and looked at the elven girls. That's it. Wait here, I'll be right back. The fairies wanted to say something, but Wu Yen interrupted them. Don't worry, it won't take long. Wu Yen shook the girls' hands and he looked at Meijio. Meijio, please take care of Toka and the others. Meijio snorted and looked away. I'll take care of these cute girls even if you don't tell me, then I'll leave it to you. Wu Yen nodded and said apologetically. I had something to do this time, so I had to leave. I'll be sure to finish the next concert. Meijio snorted coldly once again. However, the slight dissatisfaction that was faintly revealed in her eyes had dissipated. Wu Yen chuckled and he walked past Irene and headed outside. Irene also turned around, but before she turned around, she glanced at Meijio discreetly. In his eyes, there was a glimmer of light flickering. Chapter 1177. A corner of Tiangong City, the M Company. With the tallest and largest building as the center, the area within a radius of a few hundred meters was actually the territory of the Dem. With this area as the foundation, the Dem was like the king of a territory. They built a lot of related facilities in the territory, such as office buildings, offices, research bases, and so on. Naturally, there were also residential areas specially provided for the DM staff. The building that stood in the middle like a giant pillar that supported the sky was the first office building of the Dem branch company. It was also the most important building in the Dem branch company. Under Irene's lead, Wu Yen walked through the spacious hall and walked along a rather glorious passage to the top floor of the first office building. According to Irene, Will Scott is waiting for his arrival there. Glancing around, the magicians dressed in all kinds of CR units, armed with weapons and looking at him with vigilant gazes, Wu Yen curled his lips lazily and looked at Irene. I say, Miss Irene, is this Dem company usually so heavily guarded? Or is it so grand because of my arrival? Hearing Wu Yan's words, Irene's footsteps imperceptibly paused. She seemed to be thinking about how to answer Wu Yan's question, but this pause didn't even last for a second before she continued moving. Irene answered truthfully. This is the first office building of the DM company. Many of the DM's top secrets are kept here. Moreover, there are also DM's higher-ups moving around here. Therefore, the first office building is usually in this state of security. It has nothing to do with your arrival. Nothing to do with it? Irene didn't know whether to believe it or not. Wu Yan shrugged and said casually, "It's usually so heavily guarded, I really don't know what the real state of alert is like. I really want to see. The current DM is very powerful. In the whole world, they were the ones with the highest right to speak. Plus, it has the technology to create a display device. I believe that in this world, no one wants to offend the DM for no reason. No one wants to offend the DM either." Irene glanced at Wu Yan, as if she was referring to something. "It's been many years since a true state of alert has appeared, is that so?" Wu Yan put his hands behind his head and followed Irene. "Then why did you invite me in so openly? Do you think I don't have the ability to make the DM go into alert?" "You misunderstood." "You've misunderstood." Irene's expression turned cold. "With your strength, the security here is nothing more than a facade. If you intend to force your way in, this level of security won't be able to stop you." Wu Yan chuckled as he shook his head. "You speak as if I don't want to force, you really do trust me." "You won't do that," Irene said expressionlessly. "After all, this is just fulfilling the bet of our game. That's why I said you really do trust me." Wu Yan turned to look at Irene and smiled meaningfully. "Are you that confident that I'll fulfill the bet of our game? What if I go back on my word? Or maybe they'll just kill you, who came here alone." "You won't do that." Irene's expression didn't change in the slightest, and the look in her eyes began to sharpen. "At least, if it were me, I wouldn't do that. You're stronger than me, you wouldn't do that either." Irene suddenly paused and her voice became softer. "Of course, if it's Ike's order, then it's a different story." "How loyal." Wu Yan didn't say anything else after that. He ignored the vigilant gazes of the surrounding guards and followed Irene through a series of dizzying corridors and special elevators to the top floor. 10 minutes later, Wu Yan arrived at a dimly lit floor under Irene's lead. It wasn't an exaggeration to say that it was very dim here. Only some faint light shone out from some rooms with doors. From here on out, the number of guards on alert decreased. Of course, with fewer guards, the danger level increased by quite a bit. Wu Yan can see no less than 10 types of self-regulated display devices operating on their own. He believes that when it comes to defense, compared to other places with guards, this place would only be higher and not lower. Not long after, the two arrived in front of an automatic door. Irene took a few steps forward, took out an ID card and swiped it on the identification device beside her. The cold automatic door opened by itself, allowing Wu Yan to see the scene inside. It's a luxurious suite comparable to a hall. The floor was covered with a red carpet, and the furniture inside was obviously expensive. The sofa that was like a bed and the resplendent curtains were always eye-catching, appearing extremely luxurious. In front of the sofa, in front of a window that looked like a door, there was a tall man in his 30s. He was wearing a suit. He had a head of dark blonde hair and was wearing a suit. With a smile on his face, he looked like he had been waiting for a long time. The man looked over and his wine-red eyes met with Wu Yan's. Then, a smile appeared on their faces at the same time. Will Scott had the kind of smile that looked like he saw something he loved, suppressing his excitement. On the other hand, Wu Yan had the kind of sneer that looked like he would launch an attack at any time. Irene's expression froze when she saw the smiles on Wu Yan and Will Scott's faces. She subconsciously lightened her steps and walked up to Will Scott's side. Then her beautiful face became as alert as the guards. Wu Yan was undoubtedly stronger than her. Now that he had come into contact with Will Scott, if he launched an attack now, Irene believed that she would not be able to stop him in time if she was not on guard. Therefore, even if it was for Wuscott, Irene had to be on guard. However, the two of them had completely forgotten about Irene. They stared at each other, as if they could see through each other's thoughts. After a long time, Wuscott broke the silence first. "Welcome, Red Devil. No, it's Sukashido." The smile on Wuscott's face widened a little. "I'm Isaac." "Baram? Wuscott?" "Well, you can just call me Wuscott." "That's enough." Wu Yen waved his hand and sighed. "That's what I was planning to do, but the first impression you gave me, how should I put it? It couldn't be any worse. So, I'll skip the familiarity of calling you a friend. I'll just treat you as a passerby for now." Irene frowned deeply when she heard that. A cold light flashed in her eyes. Wuscott was stunned for a moment before he laughed out loud. "Is that so? That's not bad either. It's not a bad experience to be called respectfully all day long. Let's do it this way then. Thank you so much." Wu Yen let out an exaggerated sigh of relief, as if he was really glad he didn't have to call Wuscott by his name. Irene's expression turned uglier and uglier while Wuscott's smile grew brighter and brighter. It was a stark contrast. "Then, tell me why you invited me, Mr. Passerby." Wu Yen crossed his arms in front of his chest and looked at Wuscott, who was smiling like a fox. "If it were you, you wouldn't invite an elf to drink tea with you, right? That sounds good." "That doesn't sound too bad. After all, I've never had tea with an elf before." Wuscott smirked. "However, if you agree to my conditions, we'll have plenty of time to drink tea together in the future." Wuscott revealed a fanatical smile and stared at Wu Yen. "So, if it's possible, can you join us?" Chapter 1178. So, if it's possible, can we invite you to our side? In an instant, the entire room fell into a deathly silence. Wuscott maintained his annoying smile as he stared at Wu Yen. Beside him, Elaine was shocked. She couldn't believe Wuscott would say something like that. Wuscott only needed the power of an elf. He had been obsessed with the power of an elf. It was unprecedented for him to invite an elf to join him. Compared to power, personality and human nature were harder to control. Moreover, the elf was a completely different species from humans. What about the personality and human nature of an elf? One wrong move and he might end up burning himself. There was no way Wuscott didn't know this, but he still made such an invitation. Even Irene, who had always been by his side and thought she knew him very well, was confused by his invitation. Compared to Irene, Wu Yan's expression is a lot lighter. He looked at Wuscott, who is smiling. "Let me ask you something first. What do you mean by that?" "Oh, is it that hard to understand? It's just the literal meaning." Wuscott shrugged and opened his arms as if he was going to hug Wu Yen. He sounded excited. "I want to invite you to join Dem, just like Elaine. You can be my right-hand man. You can sit on the same level as me or even stand at the top of the world as long as you agree. No matter what you ask, I will do my best to satisfy you." Elaine's expression changed. Even Wu Yen is frowning, let alone Irene. Wuscott was the executive director of DM. He was one of the higher-ups in the organization. DM was one of the top organizations in the world. Wuscott's position was higher than the rulers of other countries. His position was higher than theirs. Under such circumstances, Wuscott made a special promise that he would do his best to fulfill whatever request Kieran made. Regardless of who it was, they would be moved by the promise. This was a chance to reach the heavens in a single bound. Unfortunately, in the eyes of Wu Yen and Irene, this promise is like a joke. "Are you out of your mind?" Wu Yen sighed and he continued without holding back. "Left and right hands? Equal footing? The top of the world? Do you think an elf would crave power? Any other request is fine too." Wuscott's smile didn't waver. His bewitching voice echoed in the air. "As long as it's within my power, I will do my best to fulfill it. Even if I can't, I will do my best to fulfill it. What do you think?" Wuscott extended his hand to Wu Yen. His lips curled up. "Do you want to join me?" As soon as he finished speaking, the entire place fell into silence once again. Irene fell silent. She definitely didn't support Westcott's idea, but since it was Westcott's own will, even if she didn't support it, she would still follow it. Wu Yan turned a blind eye to Westcott's outstretched hand. He stared at Westcott's face. After a long while, he sighed again. I was wondering what you were going to say to me. I didn't expect it to be something so boring. Oh. Will Scott nodded without any surprise and turned his body sideways. So, you're rejecting me? I'm confused. What gave you the confidence that I would agree to your request? Wu Yan snickered. He looked at Irene, who was standing beside him. Is it the so-called world's strongest magician? Ignoring Irene's frosty expression, Wu Yan scanned his surroundings. Or is it this weak-looking dem? His wine-red eyes landed on Will Scott. Wu Yan revealed a smile that isn't a smile. Or do you think you have the magnanimity to make me submit to you? I see. In other words, you can't find a reason to stay? Will Scott held his forehead helplessly as if he was having a headache. However, he suddenly smiled when he thought of something. How about something else? Will Scott said as if he had found something fun. For example, if you don't agree, the girls around you. Before he could finish his words, Will Scott's pupils shrunk. All his words seemed to be stuck in his throat, and he couldn't say a word. Because the figure that was originally standing in front of him had suddenly vanished from the spot under his gaze. What replaced it was a somewhat scorching and somewhat ice-cold feeling that came from his back, causing him to freeze on the spot. What? Elaine was shocked. She jumped away. With a flash of brilliance, the special CR unit, called Pandaragon, appeared on her body and covered her body. When Elaine turned around and looked in the direction of Westcott, her hand that was about to pull out the laser light sword on her back froze in the air. The expression on her face changed drastically. Although I more or less know that you are very annoying before I came. Like a close friend, Wu Yan leaned on Westcott's back. His eyes looked straight at the scene of Tiangong City outside the window. His voice was indifferent, but it gave the two people a cold feeling. But after I really got in touch with you, I realized that you are not annoying but disgusting. The smile on Will Scott's face slowly disappeared. His sharp eyes couldn't help but waver. For the first time, indifference appeared in his tone. Really? That's really a pity. I really want to have a good relationship with you. It's really a pity. Keeping his back to Westcott, Wu Yan shook his head, ignoring Elaine, who was worried that he would suddenly attack. Unfortunately, in the end, you can only be a passerby in my life. You don't even have the qualification to be remembered by me. After that, Wu Yan stepped away from Westcott's back and came to the window under Elaine's gaze. Let me give you a piece of advice. Turning his head, Wu Yan looked at Westcott. A dangerous bloody light flashed in his eyes. Don't touch people you shouldn't touch. It's best not to do things you shouldn't do. Usually, this kind of person will die faster, Mr. Passerby. After leaving such a sentence, an abnormal wave rose from Wu Yan's body. Then he disappeared on the spot. Ike. Elaine's eyes swept across all the corners of the scene and then looked at Westcott. Are you all right? I'm fine. I'm fine. He won't even bother to attack me. Westcott shook his head and laughed. However, Irene, your previous evaluation of him seems to have been too low. Hearing this, Irene fell silent and clenched her fists tightly. At first, Elaine thought that even if she wasn't Wu Yan's match, she could at least escape with Westcott when he attacked. In the end, she didn't even know when the other party had moved or when he had run behind Will Scott. If Wu Yan had attacked Will Scott just now, Elaine's face paled at the thought. Seeing this, Westcott took a deep breath and laughed bitterly, which was rare for him. Looks like I can't act rashly before I know his exact strength. Westcott walked to the window and looked at the sky outside with a frown. If that's the case, the people around him who look very similar to Princess, Nightmare, Berserker, and Hermit won't be able to move as well. This is going to be a little tricky. Hearing Will Scott's words, Irene was silent for a moment and suddenly raised her head. Then what about Diva? What about Diva? Diva? Westcott was taken aback. He looked at Elaine in confusion. What do you mean? When I went to invite Shido, I detected a psychic wave in a concert venue. Irene narrowed her eyes. The song performed at the concert seemed to contain spiritual energy. Westcott's eyes lit up and he smiled. Chapter 1179. In the morning, the sky was clear and clean. Passing through the layers of floating clouds, the sunlight was like strands of golden threads, crisscrossing in the snow-white clouds, sewing the scattered clouds into an incomparably beautiful pattern, emitting a dazzling halo, causing people's eyes to brighten. The scorching sun hung high in the sky, the red sunlight poured down like a torrent. The ground looked like it's on fire, the heat caused the air to distort. It had already been 2 months since the end of the last cultivation trip. Traveling to the seaside during the summer was undoubtedly a very beautiful thing. The memories of the trip to Huimei Island were still more or less lingering in the minds of the students and teachers of Lai Chan High School. During this period of time, many students in the school frequently talked about it and yearned for it. After all, even though 2 months had passed, summer was still not over. On the contrary, the weather was getting hotter and hotter. After 2 months, the temperature in Heavenly Palace City was even higher than when they went on a study trip to Harem Island, so some students who were afraid of the heat did not want to go out. Of course, that's because they don't know how hot it was on Itagami Island during the blood-sucking frenzy. Otherwise, they would think they're in heaven. Compared to the temperature on Itagami Island, the highest temperature ever recorded in Heavenly Palace City was only room temperature on Itagami Island. The two are not on the same level. This point could be seen from a certain person who was still sleeping under the scorching sun. "Master, get up. You're going to be late for school. Wake up. If you don't wake up, Shi Xian is going to prank Master." Yesterday, he won the battle for the right to sleep with Toka and Yoshino. Yagiya and Shi Xian, who slept with Wu Yen until dawn, just finished tidying up their bed sheets and clothes. Then, they started the arduous and thankless task of cleaning the floor. Seeing Wu Yen sleeping like a dead pig despite their calls, Yagiya and Shi Xian exchanged glances with each other. They had helpless looks on their faces. Damn it, this master. How can she be so lazy? She's not like this when she's awake. Isn't this too embarrassing for us? The Witch of Hurricane, the Master of Ba Wu. Question. Shi Xian really doesn't understand why Yi Jushu and Shi Xian are unable to wake Master up every time. On the other hand, Master's younger sister could easily wake him up. This is the so-called experience, right? But if it weren't for 10 fragrances and 4 fragrances always fighting with us for the right to sleep in the Master's room, we would have learned the skill of waking up the Master long ago. Indignant, this is indeed unforgivable. Master is clearly Shi Xian and Yi Juya's master. The right to sleep beside Master should always belong to us. That's right. Looks like I'll have to give them an unforgettable trial next time. Agreed. So far, Yejuya, Shi Xian, 10 incense, and 4 kinai have a record of 35 wins and 25 losses. This side has the absolute advantage. It is indeed different with Yi Jushu's help. No. This is all thanks to Shi Xian. 10 incense and 4 kinai lost to Shi Xian. I definitely can't do it alone, agreed. Shi Xian definitely can't do it alone. She needs Yi Jushu. That's right. If Shi Xian and I work together, we are invincible. Agreed. As the two sisters chatted, they actually started hugging each other on Wu Yan's bed as if there was no one else around. Their tone was full of praise for each other and modesty for themselves. As the two of them chatted, a suspicious blush appeared on their faces. In that instant, the two of them seemed to be surrounded by pink air. Coupled with the blush and smiles on their faces, they looked like a super sweet couple. Who would believe that just 2 months ago, the two of them were still engaged in a life and death duel? Immersed in their sisterly love, the two of them kept emitting their bell-like laughter and sweet voices. However, no matter how sweet and pleasant they sounded, they were like flies buzzing in a certain someone's ears. They kept buzzing, making his veins bulge. Finally, at a certain moment, Wu Yan couldn't help but yell. He tore off the blanket on his body. Then he turned around and pushed Yejuya and Shi Xian onto the bed. He flipped over and pressed his body on top of them. Wu Yan's face was as black as charcoal. His wine-red eyes stared fiercely at the two beautiful faces right in front of him. He looked like he was gritting his teeth, causing the Bawa sisters to yell again. You suddenly woke up. You scared me, shoo. If Master didn't wake up, Shi Xian would have called coterie. The two of you kept chattering in my ears. I had no choice but to wake up. Angrily clenching his teeth, Wu Yan looked down at the two exquisite faces and wickedly smiled. This won't do. I have to give you a little punishment? Yi Ju-shi and Shi Xian were both startled. Then, they let out a strange cry at the same time as their delicate bodies stiffened. This was because one of An Lushan's claws had slid down the curves of their bodies, one under Yejuya and the other on Shi Xian's chest. Woo! The Bawa sisters instantly blushed. Sensing the strange sensation coming from their bodies, they couldn't help but begin to struggle. But rather than saying that they were struggling, it was more accurate to say that they were twisting and turning. Their somewhat uncomfortable bodies even began to breathe faster. The Bawa sisters were no longer the foolish elves from 2 months ago who only knew half of what was going on. After 2 months of the Temptation special training video that no one knew about, Yijia and Shi Xian had already acquired a certain level of knowledge. But it was precisely because they had gained a certain level of knowledge that the two elven girls no longer dared to seduce Wu Yan. It wasn't that they didn't want to do it with Wu Yan, but that they were simply shy and timid. Thus, whenever Wu Yan touched the Bawa sisters would react like young girls in love, becoming extremely shy. They were no longer as open as they had been 2 months ago, when they had used the 3 seduction steps provided by the kind-hearted person on Haimai Island. Alas, the two elven girls had no idea that this sort of reaction would only arouse the filthy thoughts in the heart of a certain wolf. One on each hand, one on top and one on bottom, he rubbed the soft parts of the two girls. He licked the corner of his lips and sighed. As expected, one focuses on being soft and slender while the other focuses on being full and voluptuous. Hearing that, the redness on Yijia and Shi Xian's faces grew even stronger. However, Yijia soon voiced his dissatisfaction. Ugh, why does Master like to touch Shi Xian's breasts every time? While holding back his breath, Yeguia continued to speak in a fragrant voice. I have something to say too, sigh. Shi Xian also has the same question. With a blush on her face, Shi Xian couldn't help but twist her upper body that was being rubbed up and down by Wu Yan. Why does Master like to touch Yejuya's entire body but only touch Shi Xian's breasts? Well, it's your fault for having your own merits. Wu Yan's hands moved faster, causing the Bawa sisters to moan. Then he smiled and said, as for me, of course, I would focus more on the areas that I like. After rubbing a few more times, Wu Yan withdrew his hands with some regret, allowing the Bawa sisters who had almost reached the peak to catch their breath. Yejuya's eyes were slightly dazed, his clothes were extremely messy. Is it already over? Opinion. Shi Xian panted, her watery eyes turned to Wu Yan. Shi Xian thinks it's not over yet, although I really want to continue. If we make too much of a fuss and Shirori finds out, it would be very scary. It's better to leave the beautiful things for the future. Wu Yan sighed and stood up. All right. You girls should quickly tidy yourselves up. We have an important meeting to attend today. A meeting? Did you forget? Wu Yan shook his head when he saw the confused looks on the sisters' faces. The large-scale cultural festival held by the 10 high schools in Tiangong City, the Tianyang Festival, will be held soon. Our class will also have to discuss the Tianyang Festival. After saying that, Wu Yan glanced at the Bawa sisters. What? You don't want to participate? How is that possible? Repeat. That's impossible. Yagoya and Dushin jumped down with excitement on their faces. Wu Yan couldn't help but chuckle at their excitement. Chapter 1180. 30 years ago, Heavenly Palace City was an area formed by the devastating destruction caused by a huge space earthquake. It was redeveloped and born from that. Although the current Heavenly Palace City was not very prosperous, it still maintained a considerable population. However, at the beginning of the redevelopment period, due to the threat of the space earthquake, not many people were willing to live in Heavenly Palace City. As a result, the population of Heavenly Palace City was very small compared to the area of the area. Under such circumstances, at that time, both the number of schools and the number of students were very small. It was absolutely impossible to hold a cultural festival that would be lively. Therefore, at that time, the cultural festival that was born was an event that was planned to be lively together. Because the population of a single school was very small, at that time, the cultural festival was decided to be jointly held by the schools in Heavenly Palace City. With the number of people, the cultural festival could be really lively. This was the origin of the large-scale cultural festival jointly held by 10 high schools, including Liaichan High School, the Tianyang Festival. At first, the purpose of the birth of the Tianyang Festival was just to make the cultural festival more lively with the joint efforts of various schools. But later, as more and more schools participated in the Tianyang Festival, it developed to the current 10 schools. The Tianyang Festival had become a famous large-scale event in Heavenly Palace City. This small celebration was held by high school students in a sparsely populated area at the beginning. Now, after about 30 years of development, it had become a large-scale event that had to be held in the central square of Heavenly Palace City for 3 consecutive days. Such a large-scale event, even in Heavenly Palace City itself. Now, because it was impossible to cancel the Tianyang Festival, which had grown into a huge event, they could only acquiesce and let the Tianyang Festival continue to this day. Every year, when the Tianyang Festival was held, TV stations would come to interview and report, and there would also be many tourists from outside the city. There were even many junior high school students who decided their high school choice according to the grand occasion of the Tianyang Festival. So the Tianyang Festival evolved into a cultural festival not only limited to high schools, but also had great significance in driving economic development. Therefore, in Heavenly Palace City, every high school attached great importance to the holding of the Tianyang Festival. The fact that the Tianyang Festival could attract junior high school graduates meant that the high schools in Tiangong City had to pay attention to this event. Because of this, even though there was still some time before the Tianyang Festival, every high school in Tiangong City was already busy preparing for the Tianyang Festival. Naturally, Liaichan High School was among them. Today, Liaichan High School would be closed for the day. The school allowed all students to go to the gymnasium to participate in the meeting about the Tianyang ceremony. From this, it could be seen just how much importance did the school place on the Tianyang ceremony. Of course, it wasn't just the school. The students also attached great importance to the Tianyang ceremony. After all, it was the largest annual event in Heavenly Palace City. High school students who were still at the age where they liked to play would not miss such a lively event. They were all full of interest. As a result, by the time Wu Yan brought Toka, Yejuye, and Shixian to Liaichan High School's gymnasium, it was already packed with people. If they hadn't attended the Qixi Festival and Meijio's concert, Toka, Yejuye, and Shixian would have cried out in shock. At this time, although there were many people in the gymnasium, it had not reached the level of the first two. There weren't that many students in Liaichan High School. However, Wu Yan's arrival attracted the attention of all the students in the gymnasium. Each and every one of the students directed their resentful gazes at Wu Yan. It's as if they're practicing a godly art that can kill people with their gazes. Wu Yan, who was walking towards his class, stopped in his tracks. The expression on his face became resentful. However, there was no other way. After all, Wu Yan was so famous in Liaichan High School. He had a beautiful girlfriend and an equally beautiful fiancée. How could he not attract attention? On top of that, the recently transferred twin sisters who are equally beautiful to the point of suffocation called him Master in front of the whole class on their first day at school. It's impossible for him not to become famous when he has to carry around these two super beauties with him every day. Wu Yan smiled bitterly as he felt the sharp gazes coming from all around him. No wonder Shiji didn't wait for us and went out today. She should have expected this situation long ago, right? Okay, 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 okay. Oh, Jeju sure laughed with her hands on her hips like a domineering queen. Isn't it natural for them to look at us in awe? Hee hee. Wu Yen laughed dryly and spat out. Are you sure that's a look of awe? After speaking, Wu Yen sighed and walked towards his class under everyone's gaze. He glared at Shiori, but she rolled her eyes in return. Not long after, the meeting about the Tianyang ceremony officially began. On a high platform in front of them, the principal of Lai Chan High School finished his speech. Then, a director went on stage to explain the Tianyang ritual. The Tianyang Festival is an event jointly held by 10 high schools in Tiangong City. It is different from ordinary cultural festivals. In addition to making preparations for the festival activities of the school, there must also be a person in charge to supervise the progress of all work and communicate with other schools. Here, we must first elect a committee member to take charge of the Tianyang ceremony. At this moment, the students in the gymnasium quieted down. The purpose of participating in the Tianyang ceremony is to have fun. If one becomes a committee member, they'll be able to have less time to play. Plus, there's a lot of work to do. Who would be willing to be a committee member? The director seemed to have sensed something was wrong and quickly explained. Actually, most of the work regarding the Tianyang festival has already been completed. The responsibility of the executive committee member is to supervise the progress of the follow-up task and negotiate with the executive committee members of the other high schools about the Tianyang festival to avoid any conflicts. Hearing the headmaster's words, the enthusiasm of the students was not aroused. All of them looked at each other and remained silent, causing the entire place to be silent. Seeing this situation, Wu Yen curled his lips before opening a can of drink and drinking it. It has nothing to do with him, right? Unfortunately, Wu Yen was wrong. Maybe it had nothing to do with Wu Yen before, so the director wouldn't have chosen him. However, Wu Yen did something wrong. He shouldn't have opened the can of drink in such a quiet environment. As a result, the crisp sound of a can being opened echoed throughout the stadium, attracting the attention of everyone present. When they saw that the one who caused the commotion was Wu Yen, the eyes of all the boys lit up with a scheming glint in their eyes. Director. Suddenly, a cold voice sounded in the gymnasium. I recommend Itsuka Shido to be a committee member of the Tianyang ceremony. Pfft. The sudden voice made Wu Yen widen his eyes and he spat out the drink in his mouth without leaving a single drop behind. At the same time, all the boys in the gymnasium shouted loudly. I agree. I vote for Itsuka Shido. I agree too. Itsuka Shido is the only one who can take on such an important role. I absolutely agree. How can we let this bastard live a life of having girls on his left and right every day? That's right. We have to make him a coolie. That's right. That's right. The shouts at the front could barely be brushed off perfunctorily, but the voices at the back were practically shouting out all the thoughts in their hearts. The girls seemed to think that they should drag Itsuka Shido down with them, so they all joined the chorus. Suddenly, the gymnasium was filled with the words, Itsuka Shido. Ahem! On the stage, the director coughed into the microphone to suppress the noise. Then, he glanced at Wu Yen and smiled. In that case, Itsuka Shido from grade 2 class 4 will be the committee member of the Tianyang ceremony. Oh? The cheers that were loud enough to shake the gymnasium resounded through the clouds. A stark contrast to Wu Yan's stunned expression, the cheers lingered for a long time. Chapter 1181. Heavenly Palace City, Dragon Gall Temple Women's Academy. Looking at the dignified school gate made of red bricks, the road paved with red bricks, and the castle-like school building at the very front, Wu Yen sighed as he stood at the school gate. In the end, it still ended up like this. The private Dragon Gall Temple Women's Academy was one of the best high schools in Heavenly Palace City. It was like the Tokuwadai High School in the world of Magic Catalog and the White Emperor Academy in the world of Butler Whirlwind. In Tiangong City, basically, no one did not know such a super famous school. Naturally, Dragon Gall Temple Women's Academy was chosen as the venue for the joint meeting of the 10 high schools during the Tianyang Festival. Wu Yan, who was scammed by almost all the students of Lichang High School and became a committee member of Lichang High School's Tianyang Festival, came here to participate in the joint meeting of the Tianyang Festival while everyone else was having a good holiday. Perhaps it was because there were club activities or because they were preparing for the Tianyang Festival. Students could be seen everywhere at the gate of Dragon Gall Temple Women's Academy on the weekend. Young ladies in white and blue sailor uniforms walked into Dragon Gall Temple Women's Academy one after another. As soon as they entered, they scattered in all directions. Obviously, they all had their own things to do. In addition to the students of Dragon Gall Temple Women's Academy, some students in uniforms from other schools also entered Dragon Gall Temple Women's Academy. They were probably committee members of the Tianyang Festival like Wu Yan. Like Wu Yan, they were also here to participate in the joint meeting. Going to another school to hold a meeting on the weekend made the committee members of the Tianyang ritual speechless. They sighed along the way, their faces full of laziness. But the difference was that they were sighing about the busy work ahead of them. Wu Yan was different. The reason why Wu Yan sighed the first second he arrived here is because, in this prestigious school, he is the only one who can do this. An acquaintance. Oh. What an amazing place. Is this also a school? But it seems like we've come to an incredible place. While Wu Yan is still lamenting over his fate, Wu Yan decided to leave. Behind him, Yijia and Shixian, who were standing side by side a step away from him, let out surprised gasps. A place like this is where Ba Wu, the son of Hurricane, should be. Yijia's silver eyes were already glowing as he turned to look at Wu Yan. Why didn't he transfer here? Why did he choose to study in that shabby Lichang High School? Agreed, Shixian thinks so too. Shixian's eyes were half open as she tilted her head and said eloquently, studying in such a school must be a wonderful thing. Unfortunately, it's an all-female school. Only female students can study here. Wu Yan rubbed his forehead and looked at Yijia and Shixian in annoyance. In any case, I won't be studying in an all-female school. If you want, I can help you with the transfer procedures so you can come here and enjoy life as a student of a prestigious school. Both Yijia and Shixian shook their heads vigorously when they heard this. Although it looks good, a truly noble person wouldn't judge a book by its cover. Lichang High School doesn't look bad either. That means Shixian doesn't want to study in an ownerless school at all. Wu Yan shook his head when he saw how embarrassed the sisters were. All right, let's hurry up and finish the meeting and go home. Leaving these words behind, Wu Yan walked towards the school gate. The Baku sisters quickly followed behind him like two adorable attendants. If they were to wear maid outfits, they would definitely be mistaken as genuine maids. Unfortunately, the sisters always thought of themselves as slaves. Wu Yan couldn't be bothered to correct them. It's not a bad thing to have two super cute girls following behind him. Inside a meeting room in Dragon Gall Temple Women's Academy, a lot of students in different uniforms gathered in the meeting room. They sat down on the seats with their school's name on them and waited for the meeting to begin. Perhaps they were intimidated by the name prestigious school, but the committee members of the Tianyang ritual sat up straight. They didn't even dare to breathe too loudly. Only Wu Yan, Yijia, and Shixian behaved as usual. It didn't take long for the committee members of each school to arrive. As if on cue, the door to the meeting room opened the moment all the committee members arrived. A group of Dragon Gall Temple Women's Academy students in sailor outfits swarmed in. They stood in two rows as if they were welcoming a distinguished guest. The students were stunned. They looked at each other with question marks written all over their heads. Even Yijia and Shixian started whispering to each other. Wu Yan was the only one who couldn't bear to watch and covered his face. While everyone was whispering to each other, a student in sailor outfits walked into the passage between the two rows of Dragon Gall Temple Women's Academy students. She looked like a queen. Her footsteps were light and graceful. Her wavy, violet long hair fluttered in the wind. Her sparkling silver eyes were filled with arrogance and a noble and elegant confidence. Although she was wearing the same uniform as the two rows of girls around her, The overwhelming presence and voluptuous figure emitted from her body instantly became the most eye-catching existence in the scene. All the students in the conference room collectively fell into a deathly silence. They held their breaths, their gazes unable to leave the girl who was so beautiful that she didn't seem to belong to this world. At this moment, the girl was undoubtedly the main character of this world. Welcome to Dragon Gall Temple Women's Academy, committee members of the Tianyang ritual. Walking up to the front stage, the young girl faced everyone present with a leisurely smile on her face. Her slow and leisurely tone reverberated in the surroundings, entering the ears of everyone present. I'm the committee member of Dragon Gall Temple Women's Academy's Tianyang ritual, Temptress Meijio. Temptress Meijio? At this moment, the conference room was filled with exclamations. Temptress Meijio. As long as one lived in Heavenly Palace City, very few people would not know this name. In just half a year, she became popular in the music industry. She had an intoxicating voice and was a super popular idol in the mystery faction, Temptress Meijio. Could it be her? The committee members from the other schools widened their eyes in astonishment. Upon witnessing their reactions, the students from Dragon Gall Monastery Women's College raised their heads proudly as though they were the ones who were talking about themselves. One could imagine how popular Meijio was in Dragon Gall Temple Women's Academy if she could make a group of young ladies from prestigious families behave like this. However, while everyone present was expressing their shock and pride, Yi Juya and Shi Xian seemed to have only just realized what was going on, and they immediately cried out in surprise. It's you! Surprised exclamations replaced all the other voices in the meeting room. Everyone in the room also looked over in surprise, including Meijio herself. Meijio gasped when she saw the shocked Yakuya and Dushin as well as Wu Yen, who was covering his face like he didn't have the guts to look at anyone. Meijio's jaw dropped as she gasped in shock. Why are you guys here? At this moment, everyone present looked at each other in dismay. They were all at a loss. Could the three people who came to Dragon Gall High School be acquaintances with Temptress Meijio? When they thought of this, they looked at Wu Yen Yagia and Shi Xian with curiosity, and disbelief. It seems like they are trying to figure out something from the trio. Of course, those executive committee members wanted to see if this seductress Meijio was the super popular idol. On the other hand, the ladies of the Dragon Gall Temple Women's Academy wanted to see if the man and two ladies before them were acquaintances of their noble elder sister. Wu Yen sighed when he sensed the gazes directed at him. He waved his hand weakly at Meijio, who is still on the stage. Anyway, let's finish this meeting first. Meijio nodded in a daze. Chapter 1182. Heavenly Palace City in a house. Sitting in a luxurious reception room, Wu Yen looked around at the carefully designed windows and doors and the spacious balcony outside. He scratched his cheek. Are all idols this rich? Can you not make such a cheesy comment? Meijio, who was sitting on the sofa opposite Wu Yen, frowned and turned her head away unhappily. You're the first man to come to my house, it's okay to feel honored. Really? It has been a long time since I last saw you. Wu Yen nonchalantly picked up the cup filled with black tea and he took a sip of it. Good tea leaves, unfortunately, the brewing technique is a bit lacking, otherwise, the taste would be even better. Era, you sound like you're really good at it. Meijio pouted like a child whose toy had been desecrated. You're a man, you can drink water, why drink black tea? Sorry, I'm a man who likes to drink black tea. Wu Yen raised his eyebrows and raised the cup in his hand. That's why I can say that about your tea. Since you know that it's me who made it, you should drink it with gratitude. Meijio's beautiful face was stiff. She turned her head and looked at the Bawa sisters who were happily pointing at the courtyard below. They seemed to be chatting about something. She sighed. Why are you the committee member for the Tianyang Festival at Lai Chan High School? It's not Yaguya or Shi Xian. It's fine as long as there are girls. I know you're sexist, I know you treat men like flies, but I still don't like it. He bitterly laughed. He put down his teacup and he looked at Meijio. But I still have to thank you. If it wasn't for you taking care of Shi Xiang and the others during the concert, I would have a headache. If you don't mind, I can take care of them for the rest of your life. No. I mind. I mind very much. Wu Yan refused without hesitation. This made Mei Jiao unhappy again. She glanced at Wu Yan and hesitated for a moment before asking. That woman last time was a human magician, right? His hand that was about to reach for the cup paused. Wu Yan looked up. His gaze directly met the other party's somewhat serious gaze. He smiled. What's wrong? Are you afraid of trouble? Wu Yan mentally prepared himself for Mei Jiao's rebuttal. Who would have guessed that Mei Jiao would say something like that? Mei Jiao nodded with a serious expression. I don't know how to describe it, but I can feel that person is different from the magicians I've dealt with before. He's dangerous. Wu Yan paused for a moment. When he confirmed that Mei Jiao's expression and words were true, he shook his head helplessly. I almost forgot. Even if you were a human, you're now an elf. If you can sense danger, it means that you're not only talented in singing. Why do you always think that you're useless? You're so long-winded. Mei Jiao glared at Wu Yan angrily. I know you know me well, but can you please stop bringing up my past? It's very annoying. Well, I don't really care. Wu Yan shrugged. I am prepared for a long battle with you. I don't mind a little while. Can you answer my question seriously? Mei Jiao held her forehead as if she had a headache. Because of this matter, I've been troubled recently. Also, didn't she say that you're an elf? Are you really an elf? Let's not talk about whether it's a fairy or not for now. Wu Yan waved his hand and he interrupted Mei Jiao. But it's true that she's very dangerous. If you go against her, you have almost no chance of winning. Mei Jiao wanted to refute. That's only natural. In this world, the elves had the power equivalent to a natural disaster. Although Mei Jiao hasn't been an elf for long, she has fully grasped the power of an elf. Therefore, Mei Jiao knew how powerful an elf is. Mei Jiao had fought against magicians equipped with CR units before, but in the past, these magicians could barely protect themselves even when they attacked her in groups. How could they be as strong as an elf, or even stronger than an elf? In addition, because of her own experience, Mei Jiao looked down on humans from the bottom of her heart. Of course, she didn't want to believe that a human could defeat her. However, the pressure she felt from Irene that day made Mei Jiao unable to refute even if she wanted to. Ever since she became an elf, other than the first time she met Wu Yan, this was the first time Mei Jiao felt this way. She couldn't help but be concerned. With a bit of unwillingness on her face, Mei Jiao asked in a low voice, Can humans really be stronger than elves? I know you don't want to believe it. Wu Yan bitterly smiled. But in fact, in this world, there are 3 humans who possess strength and talent comparable to or even greater than the elves. 3. The Bao's sisters who were playing outside the balcony walked in. They seemed to have heard the conversation between Wu Yan and Mei Jiao. Are there really humans who are stronger than elves? Juya's face was full of disbelief. And there are 3 of them? I doubt it. Shi Xian also doesn't believe it. Shi Xian frowned and tilted her head with her hands behind her back. Yagushi and Shi Xian immediately entered duel mode when they arrived in the modern realm and left the modern realm. That's why they haven't encountered any human magicians. The humans they've seen recently are all toothless paper tigers. They're not strong at all. You said it yourself, you just haven't encountered them yet. Wu Yan took a deep breath of the black tea. He pondered for a moment and looked at the 3 elven girls. Since you don't know, I'll tell you today. Don't wait until you encounter them. If something happens due to carelessness, it'll be troublesome. Mei Jiao, Juya, and Shi Xian held their breaths. 3 pairs of eyes locked onto Wu Yan. They were serious. Wu Yan nodded in satisfaction. The reason why human magicians can have extraordinary power is that they are equipped with a display device that can reproduce magic through scientific means, the CR unit. Since it is a piece of equipment, the skill of controlling the equipment and the talent of the individual are the fundamental factors that determine one's strength. Among the humans, there are 3 people who are extremely skilled at controlling the CR unit. He tapped his finger on the surface of a cup of black tea on the table, and the surface of the black tea in the teacup immediately rippled. Not long after, the image of a petite girl with a blue ponytail and a mole under her eye appeared in the tea. Her name is Chong Gongjana. She's one of the 3 people who are good at manipulating CR units. Her body has been processed with a lot of magic power, which is why she's much stronger than common magicians when she's equipped with CR units at such a young age. Even when she's fighting against elves, if the elves are relatively weak, she's definitely capable of killing them. But now, Jana has become a member of Ratatosker. She's on our side, so you don't have to worry about her. Wu Yen tapped the surface of the tea again. The image on the tea rippled again. It was replaced by a girl with short white hair and a cold expression. Her name is Toichi Origami. She's a member of AST. Her strength isn't that outstanding, she's only a little stronger than a normal magician. However, her skills and talent in controlling the CR unit are top-notch. The reason she's not that strong now is because the CR unit of AST is too weak. If you give her the latest CR unit, she might be even stronger than Jana. But for now, you don't have to worry. As long as she's in AST, she won't be able to make a name for herself. However, if you run into her, try not to get into a fight if you can. Lastly, with a wave of his hand, Toichi Origami's image on the surface of the tea was replaced by Irene. This person is dangerous. Extremely dangerous. If you run into her alone, don't hesitate and run. Chapter 1183. If you run into her alone, don't hesitate and run. The moment these words were spoken, the expressions of the 3 elven girls present immediately changed, and their beautiful brows furrowed tightly. Is this person really that dangerous? His hands were on his hips as he leaned over the teacup. His silver eyes stared at Irene's reflection on the surface of the teacup. His eyes were filled with disbelief. Doesn't she look like a normal human? I have a question. Is this woman the one who invited Master to the concert last time? Shi Xian recalled what she saw that day. Her narrowed eyes narrowed even further. Shi Xian thinks that person isn't as simple as she looks. Do you think so too? Meijio couldn't help but look at Shi Xian with a grave expression. I also felt an unusual oppressive feeling from that person. She's the most dangerous of the 3. Wu Yen rubbed his chin and pursed his lips. Her name is Irene? Mira? Methers is the best at CR unit technology in history, and no one can surpass her. Moreover, she also has her own personal CR unit. With both of them combined, her strength can be said to be far beyond Shina and Kite Origami. In fact, she might even surpass most of the elves. She can definitely fight alone and kill the elves. So strong. Yi Juya couldn't help but bite his thumbnail. His expression was a little ugly. I'm sure she's strong. At least, I don't think the 3 of you are a match for her even if you work together. Wu Yen sighed as he ignored the elven girl's expressions. That's not the most important thing. The most important thing is, this Elaine was still the person from the Dem company who advocated the killing of the elves. Moreover, she was currently loyal to an ambitious guy who was eyeing the elves covetously. Compared to the previous 2 people, compared to the other 2, she's the kind of dangerous person who will go after elves even if they don't come looking for elves. So, Wu Yen warned Meijio, Yaguya, and Yu Xian in a serious tone. If you meet her alone, or even together, don't hesitate. Just run. Because, even if you don't have any enmity against her, she won't let you go. Following this sentence, the atmosphere at the scene suddenly dropped to the freezing point. Even the temperature was showing signs of dropping. At the very least, Meijio, Yakuya, and Dushin felt chills running down their spines when they heard Wu Yan's words. Perhaps she was trying to change the topic. Maybe she's trying to escape from reality. Meijio looked at Wu Yan and she asked him with a nervous tone. Could it be that even you aren't a match for this person called Irene? Jejuya and Shi Xian looked at Wu Yan nervously. Meijio, Jejuya, and Shi Xian have all fought with Wu Yan before. They were easily defeated by him. Jejuya and Shixian even joined forces and used their strongest skill, Angel. They couldn't even hurt Wu Yan. If even Wu Yan wasn't a match for this person called Irene. They don't dare to imagine how strong this magician named Elaine is. Wu Yan smiled when he saw the nervous expressions on the three elves' faces. He could more or less guess what they were thinking. Don't worry, although Irene is strong. She's stronger than most elves, but she's still not a match for me. Wu Yan shrugged and said to the three elves, I fought her once on Homie Island. It's not hard to take care of her. Otherwise, she wouldn't have invited me that day. She would have taken me away by force. The three elves sighed in relief when they heard that. The heaviness in their hearts dissipated. What? Then this Elaine isn't that strong either? Yaguya raised his chin, a domineering smile appeared on his face again. Even if I'm not a match for her alone, Shixian is here. If we work together. She's invincible, I know. Wu Yan rolled his eyes at Jejuya. Perhaps you're Raphael, Sky Racer, Elkanaf, that you and Shixian can use to threaten Ellen, but if you want to defeat her, just that attack alone is not enough. For this reason, it's best that you don't let your guard down. What? Jejuya mumbled and stopped talking. He still didn't believe a human could be that strong, but since it was Wu Yan who said it, he chose to believe him. Depressing, it's shocking that such a strong human exists. Shixian lowered her head but quickly raised it again. But Jejuya and Shixian won't leave Master. With Master here, there's no need to worry. The problem should be with you. Jejuya glanced at Meijio. You seem to have always been alone. If that human finds you, it should be very dangerous, right? I'm not worried. I'm not worried at all. Meijio pursed her lips as if she was trying to be brave. Let's not talk about whether the magician knows that I'm an elf. Even if she knows, I don't have to be afraid of her. My Gabjapple can control other people. If I really meet her, even if I can't control her, I can control her companions to stall her and then escape. What if she doesn't bring her companions? Shixian hit the nail on the head. Won't you still be in danger? Meijio. Under the gaze of the three people present, Meijio opened her mouth, but she couldn't say a word. She could only shake her head in despair. We'll talk about it when the time comes. Wu Yan, Jejuya, and Shixian smiled bitterly. Wu Yan, in particular, had a troubled expression. He did not have to worry about the elf girls around him. Kotori, Toka, and Yoshino were all as strong as Irene, if not stronger. If Irene finds them, the telepathy spell on them will be triggered. Wu Yan can remove the seal and let them fight Irene. Jejuya and Shixian are just like what they said. It's hard for anything to happen to them if they stay by his side. Even if there was an accident and the Bawa sisters weren't by his side, with their combined strength, they should be able to resist Irene for a while. If they used Elkanaf, they might be able to counterattack and hold on until he arrived. Meijio, on the other hand, is isolated and helpless. If he was really found by the DM, then it would definitely be very dangerous. Hey, do you want to live with us? Jejuya reminded Meijio out of kindness. Not only do we have Master here, we also have Kotori, Toka, and Yoshino. In addition to us and you, that's a total of 6 elves. No matter how powerful that Irene is, she can't possibly be more powerful than 6 elves working together, right? Consider it. Think about it. Yijia is right. Shixian tilted her head. There are no more rooms in the house, but there are still sofas. We can barely fit one more person. You want me to live on the sofa? Meijio was shocked. Why would I want to live in someone else's house? Why would I have to sleep on the sofa? Yes. We're worried that you'll be in danger. No. I'm not in danger. I've been an elf for half a year and I'm still fine. What danger could I possibly be in? Refute. What if your identity is exposed? Yes. All right. Stop making wild guesses. Wu Yan stopped the 3 elves from making wild guesses. I'm just warning you about the danger of the magicians. Why do you all look like they're about to come knocking on our door? That's right. That's true. At the end of the day, I still have some doubts about whether humans can really be that strong. No, there's no need to make wild guesses. Wu Yan found it hilarious that the three elven girls are acting so sulky. He also started thinking about something. Perhaps AI Lien might really look for Meijio? It seems like I have to be careful. Chapter 1184. The night was as thick as ink, so deep that it couldn't be melted. The curtain-like night sky was dotted with sparkling stars. The moonlight was like flowing water, quietly sprinkling on every corner of Heavenly Palace City. It was like a thin silver mist, but also like a faint frost. Through layers of floating clouds, uneven mottled silver gauze fell. In the corner of Heavenly Palace City that belonged to the Harem branch company, at this time, every building was flickering with little lights. The top of the first office building was even equipped with a searchlight for patrol, making the entire STEAM-related facilities colorful, like fireworks blooming in the night, very dazzling. Of course, if one was outside, they could only see these superficial phenomena at most. If an informed person were to carefully observe the entire territory of the DEM, they would discover that in the shadows of some alleys or in the dark areas of the buildings, there were many humanoid robots with a cold luster and a metallic appearance. They were like ferocious tigers that were about to ambush them. Bandersnatch. The unmanned mechanical combat dolls specially made by the TIM company. In a corner that no one could find, these mechanical puppets were quietly lurking. While rotating the red light that looked like eyes to observe the surroundings, they moved their positions without anyone noticing, loyally guarding the entire territory of the DIM company. These, Bandersnatch. Although in terms of combat power, they couldn't even compare to a person from AST, they won in numbers. With the Bandersnatch troops guarding the DIM company's territory, even if it couldn't be said to be foolproof, at least there would be enough spies to find the enemy and resist the foreign enemy for a certain period of time, allowing the magicians of the DIM company to rush over. The defense could be said to be tight. Unfortunately, humanoid robots would always be humanoid robots, no matter how many there were. There would still be opportunities. In a dark corner, the shadow of the building bathed in the moonlight suddenly swayed, slowly extended out, and then twisted, turning into a swamp. A black shadow with specks of colorful starlight. In the black shadow, a figure gradually emerged. She quietly appeared here, waiting for the twisted black shadow to turn into her shadow and return to her feet. Her full appearance was faintly exposed in the moonlight. It was a very beautiful girl. She was so beautiful that it made people shudder. A black ponytail of different lengths swayed as her body appeared. Wrapped around her slender body was a gothic gown dyed with blood and the night sky. It was dazzling under the moonlight and the lights. However, the most dazzling part was still the girl's eyes. It was a pair of dual-colored eyes of different colors. If one looked closely, they would discover that the girl's right eye was wine red, and there would occasionally be a flash of bloody light. Her left eye, however, was golden, and it looked like a clock carved into it. The needle was still spinning, making one's hair stand on end. With a bloody smile that could easily give people goosebumps hanging on her delicate face, the girl raised her head slightly and looked at the first office building of the DIM branch that seemed to have no end in front of her. The corner of her mouth curled up into a somewhat ferocious arc. After the Origin's original elf, the second elf in the world to be confirmed, coquettish laughter, accompanied by words without a hint of a smile, echoed in the corner. Is it right here? The person who came was Kurumi, who left Itsuki's house and is looking for the second elf in history. Looking at the tall building in front of her, then at the complex of buildings around her, Kurumi's expression became slightly helpless. There are so many places, it's going to take a lot of effort to find it. Looks like we can only rely on this. After these words were spoken, the shadow under Kwang San's feet instantly swelled and spread to the surroundings. Immediately, many young ladies that looked exactly the same as Kwang San slowly appeared from the shadow. These Kurumi were summoned by Kurumi herself using the power of Chet from Angel, Zafkiel. They were the reincarnations of the timeline. Each of them has the same power as Kurumi, They can also use the two ancient pistols that represent the Zafkiel's hour and minute hands. Each of them is equivalent to a Kurumi. However, these clones can't use the Zafkiel's power of time. In terms of strength, they're much weaker than Kurumi herself, but they're still much stronger than normal magicians and bandersnatches. They're even more effective when used in human wave tactics or when searching for something. Let's begin. After summoning her clones, Kurumi immediately gave the order. The activity time of each me is the same as the time we need to consume, so if it's possible, I hope that everyone can hurry up. Kwang-san closed her eyes after glancing at all the selves around her. Although Lord Husband has given me plenty of time, I don't want Lord Husband's gift to be wasted on searching. Of course, Lord Husband's time, we can't, whatever, it's a waste, hurry up, come on, let's search together, countless Kwang-sans giggled. Then, they disappeared into the shadows with their strange laughter. Kurumi, on the other hand, was still standing in the same place. Looking at the first office building, she narrowed her wine-red eyes. Then, she also fell into a black shadow and rushed towards the first office building. Top floor of the first office building. In the luxurious office, a black shadow slowly floated in from the ground and came to the center of the room. It twisted and turned into Kurumi. A pair of red and gold eyes swept across the scene. Kurumi lifted her high boots and slowly walked forward. Clear footsteps reverberated in the quiet office. Kwang-san walked leisurely. With each step, the smile on his face widened. Until a moment, a ferocious light flashed across his wine-red eyes. Kwang-san abruptly stopped. Buzz. Almost at the same time, a slight vibrating sound resounded through the air above the office. A laser lightsaber flickering with a golden brilliance flashed out without warning. Less than half a second after it appeared, the laser lightsaber slashed down towards Kwang-san's head without any explanation. Clang. A crisp sound of collision that was louder than any of the previous sounds reverberated, accompanied by a little bit of the impact of the collision. It blew away Kwang-san's faintly discernible bangs, causing her golden eyes, which were engraved with a clock, to be exposed. Raising her head, she looked at the laser lightsaber in front of her, which was in a stalemate with the short ancient spear in her hand. Kwang-3 raised her eyebrows and looked at the cold face of the person holding the laser lightsaber in front of her. Kurumi tilted her head and smiled as if she met a friend. You are? Yes. Did you block it? Irene, who was wearing a platinum CR unit, or Pandaragon, narrowed her eyes and looked at Kurumi, who was close to her. Looks like an amazing mouse has come. Eee. A bone-chilling laughter instantly rippled out, causing Irene to frown. Her eyes turned cold as the laser light sword in her hand violently slashed horizontally at a speed that even the neuron transmission could not match. However, it cut empty air, causing Irene to be slightly startled. Then, a playful laughter sounded in front of Irene. Are you the strongest magician in that world? Do you know me? Irene put away the laser light sword in her hand and looked at Kurumi, who was not far away from her. Her eyes rippled. As an elf, you're the second one to confirm my identity. After saying that, Irene sized up Kurong-san and narrowed her eyes. Your nightmare, aren't you? It's really hard to find you. Am I exposed? Kurumi smiled gracefully. She lifted the sides of her skirt and bowed slightly. Then, let me introduce myself. Nice to meet you, I'm Tokisaki Kurumi. Chapter 1185. Well then, let me introduce myself. Nice to meet you, I am Tokisaki Kurumi. Irene looked at Kurumi, who lifted her skirt and bowed like a noble young lady. Her eyes turned cold, there was even a hint of disgust. You're clearly an elf, but you're pretending to be a human. I really can't stand it, Irene said coldly as she raised the laser lightsaber in her hand. However, seeing that you deliberately delivered yourself to my doorstep, I will treat you a little more gently. I think Ike will be happy to see you. Era. How rude of the Dem to treat a guest like this. Kurumi shrugged her shoulders. Her red and gold eyes scanned Irene's body from top to bottom before she suddenly licked the corner of her mouth. You look delicious too. It's great that you came here, for me. Grabbing the laser sword in her hand, the ejector on her back suddenly shot out of violent airflow. It turned into a storm and blew in all directions. When the storm stopped, Irene had already appeared in front of Kwang San. In the next moment, the laser lightsaber, which was flashing with a golden luster, slashed down towards Kwang San's body with a force that made the air tremble. It's the same. Hee. Looking at the sharp light blade mercilessly slashing towards her body, Kurong 3 not only didn't panic, but instead laughed excitedly. Then, a tearing sound resounded throughout the entire office, accompanied by a splash of scarlet blood. Irene's laser sword cut through Kurumi's spiritual equipment like a hot knife through butter. It left a deep gash on Kurumi's body. From her shoulder to her ribs, blood gushed out. Irene wasn't happy at all. Instead, she frowned and looked at Kwang San coldly. Why didn't you dodge? Why didn't you block? Yes. That's right, Irene's attack was effective because Kurumi didn't even try to block it. Just like that, Kurumi maintained her playful appearance and took Irene's fatal blow without holding anything back. Era. However, Kurumi didn't even look at Irene. She touched the huge wound in front of her body with a calm expression. She looked at her own blood on her hand as if it wasn't her own. She didn't look like she was in pain, she just looked surprised. You actually cut open my spiritual equipment so easily and even gave me such a huge injury. Licking the blood on her hand into her mouth bit by bit, Kurumi revealed an intoxicating smile. As expected of the world's strongest magician, Kwang San turned a blind eye to the fatal wound on her body. He even licked his own blood with a smile on his face. Irene couldn't help but have a bad feeling in her heart. But just when Irene felt that something was wrong, the smile on Kurumi's face suddenly turned sinister. It's time to stop here. She raised her hand, and the golden clock in her left eye suddenly flashed. Come here. King of Carving, Zafgil. As soon as he finished talking, an illusory clock appeared. It was much taller than Kwang San, and it looked like it was drawn on the wall. From inside to outside, it rapidly formed and floated behind Kwang San at a speed visible to the naked eye. This is an angel. Irene's pupils constricted as she slashed with her laser sword again. I won't let you get away with it. Era. Don't worry. With a smile on her face, Kurumi directly used her hand to block Irene's laser sword. She ignored the blood splattering around her arm and her broken fingers. She only had one hand left. He held an ancient short spear in his hand. Now it's time to enjoy. After saying this, Kurumi pointed her antique handgun at the Roman numeral 4 on the huge clock behind her. Bullet of 4, Dalit. A chant-like voice reverberated in the surroundings. Soon after, a stream of black-red airflow slowly floated out of the Roman numeral 4 on the clock and instantly drilled into the muzzle of the antique handgun in Kurumi's hand. Irene thought Kurumi was going to fight back. Her body tensed up and her brain started sending commands to the CR unit to prepare for a counterattack. Wow! However, Kwang San's next action shocked Irene. This was because the muzzle of the ancient short spear in his hand was pointed at his forehead. Irene screamed subconsciously. Kurumi smiled. Then, Irene saw Kurumi pull the trigger of her gun without hesitation. Bang! An echo-like gunshot echoed. Kurumi's head shook as if she was shot. No matter how you look at it, it looked like she committed suicide. But, in the next second, even Irene could not help but begin to doubt her own eyes. Under Irene's attentive gaze, the huge wound on Kurumi's body, as well as the hand that was dripping with blood due to catching the laser lightsaber with his bare hands, actually recovered rapidly. In less than a second, Kwang San was perfectly fine. Under Irene's gaze of disbelief, Kwang San once again let out a horrifying laughter and raised her recovered hand high. A long-barreled rifle appeared on top of the building. What a pity! Although I really want to try what it feels like to be killed by the world's strongest magician, I can't waste the time given by my husband. Shaking her head regretfully, Kurumi looked at Irene with a bloodthirsty smile on her face. Let's end it here. After saying that, Kurumi once again raised her gun and pointed it at the Roman numeral Vun. Aleph. Black and red streams of air flowed out from the one character on the huge clock, and were sucked into the ancient handgun in Kwang San's hand. Once again, Kwang San pointed the muzzle at her own temple without hesitation, and pulled the trigger abruptly. Bang! Bang! Umph! The moment the gunshot rang out, Kwang San's figure also disappeared. Before Irene could react, a muffled sound rang out. A sharp pain came from her body, causing her to let out a muffled groan. Her body was sent flying without any warning. Feeling the sharp pain coming from her body, Irene's mind went blank. However, she quickly adjusted her body. The propellers behind her operated violently, pushing her forward. She took a step in the air and rushed forward. Bang! However, just as Irene stabilized herself, another muffled sound rang out. This time, Irene felt a sharp pain from her back and a strong force. She was directly knocked down and smashed into the ground, creating a hole in the fragile floor. However, Kurumi, who had appeared at Irene's original position, frowned slightly. On his body, a bleeding wound appeared out of nowhere. Raising her eyebrows, Kurumi touched the wounds on her body and said in a praising manner, "You used your Tori to capture me and launched an attack at the same time I attacked. You're pretty good, same here?" Irene stood up and stared at Kurumi. Her face was solemn. "I didn't expect Nightmare to possess such a level of power. I've really underestimated you, but..." Irene pointed her lightsaber at Kurumi and said expressionlessly, "If this is all you got, you have no chance of winning." "Ah, it seems like I've been underestimated." Kwang San covered her mouth in surprise. She couldn't help but laugh. Her golden eyes flashed with a little bit of light. "Looks like we'll have to rely on you if we want to kill you in a straightforward manner, us?" Irene frowned and narrowed her eyes. "Did you bring a companion? What do you think?" Kwang San put a finger on his lips and smiled evilly. "Take a guess." "Umph." Irene snorted. She waved her lightsaber and raised her free hand. "What a pity. If we're comparing numbers, our side seems to have the advantage." Chapter 1186. What a pity. We seem to have the upper hand in terms of numbers. As this sentence came out, outside the window of the first office building of the Tim branch company, blurry black shadows suddenly soared into the sky from below and flew past. Amidst the pushing sounds of ejectors, they drew a smooth trajectory and rushed over violently. Bang, 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 bang. Amidst the continuous shattering sounds, the office windows were mercilessly destroyed. The blurry shadows rushed over and directly broke the windows. They floated above the spacious office and surrounded Kurong 3 in the middle. Taking a closer look, the blurry shadows were magicians wearing CR unit uniforms and a large number of Bandersnatch puppets. Era. Kurumi's eyes widened slightly as if she was very surprised. "Have we been exposed?" Swaggering into the enemy's base camp and even having such a fierce fight with me, the head of the DM's second executive department. Irene gently put down her raised hand as a faint smile appeared on her cold face. It seemed to be mocking and ridiculing at the same time. "Don't tell me you don't think you're in danger of being exposed in such a situation? Isn't that the case?" Kurumi blinked her eyes and pretended to be confused as she tilted her head. "I tried my best not to attract attention. What a blunder. It's rare to meet an elf who can touch my body. I really want to take you down myself." Holding the hilt of the laser sword in her hand, Irene closed her eyes. "But in that case, there will be many accidents. You don't look simple. If something goes wrong, I won't be able to explain it to Ike. I can only do this. Is that so?" Kurumi looked directly at Irene's face, and the corners of her mouth rose slightly. "But as far as I know, Didn't you just suffer a crushing defeat at the hands of someone? Why didn't you take him down? Elaine abruptly opened her eyes, her vision suddenly becoming sharp. Looks like you know a lot of things. I really want to dig them out bit by bit. That's really a pity. Kwang San spread out her hands that were holding an ancient gun, seemingly helpless. I'm afraid I'll have to disappoint you. Oh, Irene sneered. Do you think you still have a chance of winning? Even if the magician and Bandersnatch here were weak, they would still be able to defeat the magician. Even if they can only stall you, I can still kill you in an instant. Era. Even the strongest magician in the world can use this method? Of course, this is not what I want, but if it's Ike, he will definitely let me do it. That's really scary. Kwang San patted her chest as her heart palpitated. She looked around at those floating in the air. Magician and Bandersnatch, who had surrounded their dem, suddenly started to laugh. However, if it's a human wave tactic, we can also use it. Hearing this, Elaine was startled and her expression changed. Under Kurumi's feet, the shadow, which had a very weak presence, suddenly distorted and turned into a circle of black shadow with rainbow-colored spots. It suddenly spread out in all directions. A shockwave-like barrier expanded and instantly covered every corner of the field. Everyone seemed to have fallen into a world of darkness. The magicians of Dem were already slightly panicked, but then an indescribable sense of exhaustion filled their bodies. Ugh! What's going on? Strength. The group of magicians who were floating in the air of the office let out panicked cries. Every part of their body was attacked by a feeling of collapse, making them feel as if their feet were bound by gravity. One by one, they fell to the ground. The moment Irene realized something was wrong, she immediately activated her territory to avoid the same ending as those Dem magicians. However, her expression was not good either. What did you do? He. Kwang San grinned and laughed happily. This is my shadow barrier, the city of time eclipse. Since you're a member of the Dem, I'm going to use it. You should have heard about it from Ms. Shina, right? A barrier that can devour other people's time? Irene clenched her teeth, but she quickly recovered. Not bad. Unfortunately, it doesn't seem to work on the Bandersnatch. Era, didn't I tell you? Kurumi tilted her head. We also have a human wave tactic on our side. As soon as he finished speaking, maniacs dressed in spiritual equipment appeared from the city of time eclipse with sinister smiles on their faces. Their numbers were more than the number of Bandersnatches that filled the sky. Irene's pupils shrank and her expression turned gloomy. I see. Is this what they mean? Yes. That's how it is. Kurumi kissed the musket in her hand and smiled. What do you plan to do? Ms. Magician. Irene's body floated up as she was shrouded in Tertori. Her eyes were cold and murderous. I don't know what's going on, but since it's your doing, these things will disappear if I kill you, right? How rude of you to call us things. Kurumi's eyes turned into crescent moons as she shrugged helplessly. However, let's call it a day. Kwang San looked out of the window of the office building. Looking at the black shadows that were flying over like locusts, she smiled. It'll be bad for me if this continues. I have plenty of time, but there's no need to waste it here. Trying to escape. Nightmare. A sharp glint flashed in Irene's eyes, and the territory that enveloped her body suddenly expanded outward. Don't even think about it. Kurumi giggled nonchalantly. Her body sank into the city of time eclipse at a speed faster than Irene's territory and disappeared from the spot. At the same time, the Curisons were all trapped in the city of time eclipse. The expanded territory couldn't capture any of the Curisons. Instead, it enveloped all the magicians, allowing them to catch their breaths. I haven't accomplished my goal yet, Ms. Irene. A voice echoed from the bottom of the abyss. It reverberated in the office and entered Irene's ears. One day, we will meet again. She narrowed her eyes and quickly scanned the area with the detection function of the CR unit. Naturally, she found nothing. Did they escape? She turned her head away and looked out of the window. She could vaguely see black and red figures rushing out of the building that belonged to the Dem. They hid in the shadows and disappeared. Taking a deep breath, Irene lowered her body and retracted her CR unit. She glanced at the Dem magicians who were moaning in pain and fell silent. "Thank you for your hard work." At this moment, Will Scott, who was wearing a suit, walked in from the door. He raised his eyebrows when he saw the magician lying on the ground. "What a big fuss, it's a pity." Irene shook her head. "In the end, she still managed to escape. It's fine. At least we know Nightmare is still active in Heavenly Palace City. That's enough." Will Scott waved his hand and glanced at Irene. "What do you think? Can we defeat her?" "Of course. Of course." Irene didn't even hesitate for a moment before answering decisively. "She's much stronger than the intel said, but if she's only at this level, defeating her is only a matter of time." "That's good." Will Scott nodded. He looked out the window. A trace of cunning flashed in his eyes. Chapter 1187. Night? Phew! Wu Yan let out a sigh of relief as he lay in the bathtub. His expression was one of comfort and fatigue. Needless to say, he's feeling good because he's soaking in hot water. It's like he's in a hot spring. Of course, he's also tired because of the Tianyang ritual. During the Dragon Gall Temple Women's Academy joint meeting, Wu Yan was tired after discussing the location, type, requirements, and budget allocation of the various activities with the committee members of the Tianyang ritual. Even though he did visit Meijio's place to rest for a while, he still had to report to the teachers and the people in charge of the various activities in Zen High School about the matters that were decided during the joint meeting and his arrangements for the Tianyang ritual. With so many miscellaneous matters piled up, he couldn't help but feel tired. Of course, compared to physical fatigue, mental fatigue was undoubtedly more serious. After all, dealing with such a large amount of information and intelligence, and having to run up and down, taking care of this and that, it wouldn't be strange at all if they collapsed from the pressure. Fortunately, Wu Yan is a true ancestor. He didn't feel any fatigue at all. With his perfect memory ability, he didn't forget a single detail even though there were so many things piling up in his mind. In the end, he managed to deal with it. Still, exhaustion is a given. Wu Yan even thought that instead of having to deal with so many things, he might as well have a fight with someone of the same level as him. That way, he wouldn't be as tired as he is now. He finally understood. He's not good at this at all. If it's Shokuha Misaki or Kotori, they should be able to easily deal with these troublesome matters. If it's Yukari, she wouldn't even need to think about it. She'll come up with a plan right away. She'll throw it to someone else and they'll be able to do it perfectly. Maybe even Hinajiku and Mikoto would be better than him at handling these things. He's really not cut out for this. While Wu Yan was mulling over these questions, suddenly, something happened. Outside the bathroom, a rustling sound entered his ears, interrupting his contemplation. He was startled and puzzled. This voice, why did it sound so familiar? It sounded like the sound of clothes being taken off. Just as this thought rose from the bottom of his heart, a series of footsteps echoed. As they gradually approached, Wu Yan cried out in his heart, "This is bad." Among the members of the Wu Yan family, there were 7 of them: Wu Yan, Kotori, Toka, Yoshino, Yakuya, Yuhen, and Shirori. Other than Wu Yan, the rest were all women. No matter who came in, if they caused a commotion, the only one who would be injured would be Wu Yan. Immediately, Wu Yan hurriedly said, "Who is it? There's already someone in the bathroom." Perhaps they were startled by Wu Yan's voice. There was a small exclamation outside the bathroom, followed by a moment of silence. Wu Yan thought the other party had already left. Who knew, after a moment of silence, the sound of footsteps could be heard again. Before he could react, the glass door of the bathroom was abruptly pulled open. Then, a pair of identical sisters wrapped in only a bath towel walked in. Wu Yan stared at the scene. "Yakuya, Yuhen?" The corner of Wu Yan's mouth twitched as he looked at the Yamato sisters who barged in with blushing cheeks and their gazes drifting around. "Didn't I tell you there's someone in there?" It's because we know you're in there. Yakuya pursed her lips with a blush on her face. She lowered her head with a red face and said in a mosquito-like voice. Yuhin and I, that's why we came in. Wu Yin almost couldn't believe his ears, his face was full of shock. You came in because you knew I was in there? Of course, Yuhin can prove what Yakuya said is true. Yuhin's cheeks were also flushed, but her expression was calm. It made one wonder if the redness was caused by shyness or because of the hot air in the bathroom. Did we cause trouble for Master? Rather than trouble, it's more like surprise. Looking at the two elven girls' rosy white skin, Wu Yan's expression became unnatural. Why did you do this? Is it because of the duel with Toka and Yoshino? It wasn't unreasonable for them to say that. Once upon a time, Yagoya, Yuhin, Toka, and Yashitsuna fought over the right to sleep with Wu Yan. Their goal was to make Wu Yan feel comfortable in the shower. Wu Yan didn't know why there was such a duel, but at that time, the four elven girls attacked him in pairs while he was bathing. They did everything they could to make him feel comfortable. They massaged his back, they washed his back, they even wanted to wash his entire body, forcing Wu Yan into an abyss of suffering. Because at that time, Shiori found out about the duel between the four elven girls without any concealment. Thus, during the entire duel, Shirji stood outside the bathroom with a murderous expression, ready to rush in if she heard any discordant sounds and stab Wu Yan. How could Wu Yan not feel like he was in an abyss of suffering? Now, two elven girls barged in while he was bathing. It's no wonder Wu Yan thought that way. Unfortunately, he was wrong. Our duel with Toka and Yoshino ended before the sun even set. Yakuya said, We didn't come here for a duel. Then this means that Yi Juya and Shi Xian only made this decision according to the records in the book. Shi Xian said in an incomparably calm tone, as if he didn't shock everyone to death. The book said that if a girl can rub a guy's back while he's bathing, the guy will be happy. Let's just ask. Wu Yan's eyebrows twitched a few times as he asked with a dry laugh. That book? What's it called? Yakuya and Yuhin looked at each other. I think it's called something like a growth record. Memories, Yuhin, I think the female lead is the male lead's aunt. Okay, my bad, I shouldn't have asked, then? Yakuya looked at Wu Yan with a blushing face. He asked Wu Yan with a pitiful look. Can we rub Master's back? Uneasy. Yuhin's silver eyes rippled, she seemed to be in a daze. If it's Yakuya and Yuhin, can't we? No. Wu Yan's face stiffened. He couldn't help but look at the Baku sisters who are half covered by the towel while the other half is exposed to the air. He gulped and bitterly laughed. Isn't there a dangerous person at home? If you're worried about Shiori, then it's fine. Yakuya explained, Shiori just went out. Went out? Of course. Shi Xian nodded heavily. We don't have enough ingredients at home. We still need to make breakfast, so Shiori wants to buy some from the supermarket that's open at night. She won't be back for a while. Wu Yan's bitter smile deepened. Isn't this forcing me to commit a crime? Yakuya and Yuhin looked at Wu Yan's bitter smile and pouted. They looked like they were abandoned and complained in unison. Well, could it be that everything in that book is fake? Master isn't happy at all. Reflect on yourself. Even if it's a book, some of its contents are lies. Yuhin thinks it's better to change to another one. Change to another one? Are there any other books? Remind me, Yakuya, did you forget? There's another one called Ventriloquism in the Dark. This time, Wu Yan couldn't keep quiet anymore. I know. He quickly raised both of his hands and made a surrendering gesture. Wu Yan revealed a smile that's uglier than crying. Then back rub it. Back rub is good. I like back rubs. Yakuya and Yuhin looked at Wu Yan again and tilted their heads in confusion. Really? Really? Wu Yan answered weakly. It can't be helped. That ventriloquism in the dark can be easily guessed by just listening to it. If Yi Juya and Shi Xian were to really do it, they might as well take advantage of Shiori's absence to take advantage of it. It's less risky, isn't it? Chapter 1188. Ugh, so comfortable. Agreed, Shi Xian feels like she's about to melt. The moment they soaked themselves in the bathtub, Yagia and Shi Xian let out moans of pleasure. Wu Yan, who was soaking in front of them, felt his heart skip a beat. His hands started moving uncontrollably. It looked like a sleazy action. Generally speaking, when taking a bath here, one should first clean his body in the showerhead before entering the bathtub to enjoy the pleasure of soaking in the bath. However, Yakuya and Yushin clearly didn't care about this. Toka, Yoshino, and Shirori had also finished their baths. They didn't need to think about the people behind them, so they didn't care about the rules. In the bathroom of Wu He's house, the bathtub wasn't very big. Therefore, after soaking 3 people in one after another, even though 2 of them were slender girls, there wasn't enough space. Thus, when the bathtub overflowed with water, the 3 people in the bathtub were tightly pressed against each other. Sitting in front of Yi Jia and Shi Xian, Wu Yan could clearly feel a part of the 2 elves' bodies unavoidably coming into contact with him. Their 6 legs were even intertwined as they moved back and forth, allowing a certain wolf to fully enjoy the touch of their delicate skin. As for Yi Jia and Shi Xian, they were still immersed in the pleasure of bathing. Bathing, it's so comfortable. Sigh, Shi Xian thinks that bathing in hot water is more comfortable than bathing in the wind. Although that's true, we are the witches of the hurricane. Elves who control the wind cannot abandon the wind. I disagree. Shi Xian has no intention of abandoning the wind. No matter how comfortable it is, Shi Xian still likes the wind the most. As expected of Shi Xian. She's so sensible. I disagree. Yi Jia is more sensible than Shi Xian because it was Yi Jia who reminded Shi Xian. The 2 elves kept their legs touching Wu Yan's as they talked as if there was no one else around. This made Wu Yan speechless. He was starting to suspect that the 2 sisters weren't here to rub his back. Instead, it was to make fun of him. However, just as this thought appeared in his mind, Yigea and Shi Xian exchanged glances and nodded solemnly. Hey, master? Yi Juya suddenly asked. Don't you think this place is a little narrow? Wu Yan was slightly taken aback. Then, she said angrily, have you ever heard of an ordinary family's bathtub that can hold 3 people at the same time? It's not like we're from a rich family. I understand. There's nothing we can do about it. Shi Xian seemed to have been waiting for this sentence for a long time. The moment Wu Yan finished his sentence, she immediately took over. If that's the case, then Yejuya and Shi Xian can only go to master's side. After saying that, the Bawa sisters abruptly stood up before Wu Yan could react. He turned around and soaked himself in the bathtub again. His movements were extremely neat. However, the moment they turned around, the 2 elves turned around and faced Wu Yan with their backs facing him. They even laid in his embrace. As the 2 delicate bodies entered his embrace, Wu Yan's body stiffened. His mind went blank for a moment. This is too bad. The fragrance from Yejuya and Shi Xian's bodies and the slippery feeling from their intimate contact made Wu Yan erect his flag. He almost attacked. If only it was here. Wu Yan didn't manage to control himself properly. Once the battle started, it would definitely be a chaotic battle. At that time, perhaps when Shirori comes back, the battle here will be over. It's not over yet. Wu Yan shuddered at the thought of the consequences. In his heart, he kept telling himself, just take advantage of them, just take advantage of them. Don't be too serious. If you want to do it later. The Bawa sisters won't run away anyways. Endure. I have to endure. I have to endure even after becoming a ninja turtle. Enduring now will turn into the joy and accomplishment of the moment when I get my way. So, I have to endure. Wu Yan, who was screaming in his heart, couldn't help but feel his heart beating faster. Peng peng sounds were heard clearly by the Bawa sisters. They smiled mischievously and raised their heads. Their silver eyes met with Wu Yan's eyes. Oh, master, are you afraid? 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 Wu Yan raised his eyebrows and forced a smile. Why should I be afraid? Explain. Explain. Yushin placed her hand on Wu Yan's chest. She did the same with her body. Because master's heart is beating very fast. If you're not nervous, then you're afraid. Who's nervous? Who's afraid? Wu Yan really wanted to say that, but when he saw Yi Juya and Shi Xian's big watery eyes and full breasts under the towel, he couldn't say anything. He's almost at the limit of his tolerance, afraid that he'll start a fight in the bathroom. Wu Yan forced himself to be calm and change the topic. Didn't you say to wipe your back? Hurry up. Yes. Mistake, it's Shi Xian's fault. The Bawa sisters looked at each other and stood up again. Wu Yan let out a sigh of relief. He quickly turned around and let the sisters wipe his back. What the eye doesn't see, the heart doesn't grieve over. However, reality proved that Wu Yan was wasting his time. Even if his heart is as calm as still water, the sensation of the towel and hands rubbing against his back caused the image of the Yaku sisters wrapped in towels to surface in Wu Yan's mind. It made his heart itch even more. He might as well just look at them and enjoy himself. Wu Yan really wanted to cast a soundproof barrier to block out all the sounds in the bathroom. Then he could do whatever he wanted. However, if he disappeared with the Bawa sisters for too long, Shiji would definitely be suspicious when she returns. He doesn't want the news of him pushing down the sisters to spread to the entire date battle world. He can only comfort himself that he'll be able to eat them sooner or later. He'll be able to eat them. Wu Yan's mind started to wander and he couldn't calm down. He could only shake his body and bleed in his heart. Seeing Wu Yan's abnormal actions, Yi Juya and Shi Xian, who were wiping his back, couldn't help but walk up to him in confusion. Master, what's wrong? Question, did Yi Juya and Shi Xian do something wrong? Just like that, the two sisters leaned on him, putting all of their weight on his back. That moment of perfect softness entered his senses, causing his face to flush red, and he couldn't help but yell out loud. Nothing. The sudden shout gave the Bawu sisters a fright. The two sisters panicked and their feet slipped in the slippery bathtub. They cried out and fell straight down. Along with the exclamation and the sound of water, 2 bath towels floated down from the Bawu sisters' bodies. A pair of idiots. Wu Yan finally couldn't help but curse. He quickly reached out to help them up, but what he touched were 2 lumps of softness of different sizes. Wu Yan blanked out for a bit before he subconsciously pinched her. In the next moment, an overlapping moan came from the 8 Wu sisters' mouths, echoing in the bathroom. In this situation, if Wu Yan still didn't know what those lumps of different sizes were, he wouldn't be able to show his face. Such a melodramatic scene made Wu Yan open his mouth wide in shock. For a moment, he was stunned, but his hands continued to pinch her cheeks a few more times. Yi Juya and Shi Xian moaned again. Under Wu Yan's actions, it was as if all the strength in their body was sucked out. The two fell into Wu Yan's arms and pressed their bodies tightly together with Wu Yan's. Then Wu Yan felt his clone had entered a very warm place, just a little bit. On the other hand, Shi Xian felt a foreign object enter a certain part of her body. No way. Unparalleled pleasure rushed through Wu Yan's body. He realized that he encountered a very bad situation. Wu Yan's rationality almost exploded. Gritting his teeth, Wu Yan took a deep breath. I don't care. Even if I can't push, I have to take advantage of them. After saying that, Wu Yan reached out his evil hands. In the bathroom, there were 2 delicate voices that sounded like they were gasping for breath. They couldn't help but fluctuate. This scene lasted for a full 30 minutes until Shirori came back. Then it quietly stopped. Chapter 1189. Heavenly Palace City, Dragon Gall Temple Women's Academy. Mei Jiao was sitting at the head of a conference room. She was listening to the lively debate among the committee members of Dragon Gall Temple Women's Academy. She sighed reluctantly. Unlike Lichang High School and other schools, Dragon Gall Temple Women's College was a prestigious school, so they prepared more for the Tianyang ceremony than other schools. Therefore, there were more committee members. Mei Jiao, on the other hand, was in charge of the executive committee. Her responsibility was to lead the executive committee of the Tianyang ritual. Therefore, as the chairman, Mei Jiao had to participate in the meeting about the Tianyang festival. However, Mei Jiao had no talent in dealing with these matters. She could only let the committee members discuss among themselves. Secondly, The number of committee members increased. It was inevitable that there would be more arguments. Therefore, this meeting had been going on since school was over. It was almost dark, but there were still no signs of it ending. As for how much of the content discussed in the meeting was useful, Meijio still remembered at first, but under the discussion of the executive committee members, Meijio had forgotten all about it. In other words, the topic and content of the discussion among the committee members had gradually deviated from the main topic and became somewhat similar to a quarrel. Glancing at each and every one of them who were frowning, he tried his best to raise his voice. Meijio finally started to feel impatient as the committee members were arguing with each other. Meijio took out her phone and looked at the time displayed on it. She then looked at the dusk that was gradually being replaced by darkness. She frowned slightly and stood up. It's getting late. We'll discuss the rest tomorrow. Let's call it a day. Hearing Meijio's words, the committee members who were arguing in the meeting room couldn't help but become restless. But big sister, we have other work tomorrow. Yes. Sister, if today's work and tomorrow's work pile up together, we won't make it in time. The committee members all spoke with a difficult expression, but it made Meijio raise her eyebrows. Meijio narrowed her eyes. Since you know you have work to do tomorrow, you know it will be too late if you continue like this. Why do we have to engage in so many meaningless quarrels? This. The committee members looked at each other in dismay and lowered their heads in shame. Seeing this, Meijio's expression became better. No matter what. It's getting dark. We have to call it a day. Let's work harder tomorrow. Yes. Sister. The committee members glanced at the sky outside the window. When they saw that half of the sky was dark, they could only reluctantly nod their heads. They packed up their things and left the conference room. Meijio walked in the middle of the crowd and headed home under the protection of the students of Dragon Gall Temple Women's College who acted like bodyguards. Her house was very close to Dragon Gall Temple Women's Academy. It would only take 5 minutes to get there on foot. Therefore, after walking for a short while, Meijio vaguely saw the roof of her house. Let's call it a day. Meijio stopped and faced the students of Dragon Gall Temple Women's Academy who were traveling with her. You all should go home. Yes. The girls in sailor suits respectfully replied. Soon after, they turned around and scattered in different directions, returning to their own homes. Looking at this scene, Meijio felt a little depressed. Although these students from the same school and class as Meijio respectfully called Meijio Big Sister, and became her loyal fans because of her status as a popular idol, no matter what, they weren't to the extent that they would protect her like a guard every day. The reason why they were so fanatical about Meijio was that Meijio could use her spiritual power to make her voice sound, making them listen to her orders. These so-called fans didn't support Meijio out of sincerity. At least, not all of them. Meijio was able to command them to gather for her. She was also able to command them to be at her beck and call. Similarly, she was able to command them to leave without any reluctance, just like what they were doing now. If one day, Meijio lost her powers as a fairy, then this scene would no longer continue. When that time comes, Meijio will become a person again, just like half a year ago. A person who only has fans and supporters but no friends. In the end, Meijio has always been a person, even if she has a lot of fans by her side every day. Meijio's bright silver eyes dimmed a little as she stared blankly at the supporters who disappeared without looking back. However, she quickly shook her head and her gaze became sharp again. I don't need friends. They will only betray me. Men are lowly, dirty, and ugly. They are filthy creatures that make me want to vomit just by looking at them. Women are the same. They only need to listen to me obediently and become my toys. That's enough. Humans are not to be trusted. That's why I can't have any expectations. I must distance myself from them. From the beginning, Meijio only has her voice. Meijio kept telling herself that in her heart. Her gaze became sharper and sharper. However, at this moment, a black-haired, red-eyed figure flashed through her mind. At the same time, a string of words flashed through her mind. Before you choose to believe me, I will always have hope and wait for you to believe me. That's why, Meijio, You must help me. Before you use your real voice to sing, I will always wait. As these words surfaced, Mei Jiao's sharp gaze suddenly froze. It gradually shattered in an uncontrollable wave, and her heart was also in a mess. Ugh! Damn it. Mei Jiao stomped her feet angrily as if she didn't want to admit that she was in such a state of mind. She was exasperated that she didn't meet her expectations. He's just a man. What right does he have to say that and help me? Do you think I'm a philanthropist? Acting so cool? Why do you care about a man's words? Don't you look pitiful? I don't need you to wait. Damn it. Damn it. Damn it. Mei Jiao kept stomping the ground as she muttered. After a long time, she let out a sigh of relief as if she had vented her anger. Her heart also calmed down. Mei Jiao didn't realize that her emotions were completely affected by one person, sigh. Mei Jiao sighed faintly as if she was tired. She closed her eyes. Let's go home. After saying this, Mei Jiao lifted her feet and wanted to walk home. Just as Mei Jiao lifted her foot, a sudden warning in her heart caused her to stiffen abruptly. She stopped in her tracks. At the same time, Mei Jiao also felt a strong sense of danger. It caused her to jump back a few steps. Kaboom! The next moment, the spot where Mei Jiao was standing was suddenly hit by a dazzling laser. With a loud explosion and a cloud of dust, a hole the size of a person was blasted out. Without a doubt, if Mei Jiao was still standing there just now, then the one who would be blown up would be Mei Jiao's body. What? Mei Jiao's expression changed drastically when she saw this scene. However, she quickly put on a cold expression and raised her head to look at the sky. In the night sky, figures wearing the same style of bodysuit and body parts covered by mecha entered Mei Jiao's eyes one after another. Mei Jiao's expression froze when she saw this scene. In Mei Jiao's memory, only one type of person had that kind of body and equipment. Magician. But it wasn't just magician. Among the numerous figures, a large portion of them had bodies that flickered with a cold metallic luster. Their limbs were clearly different from that of humans. Their entire bodies were cold machines. On their heads, where their eyes should have been, there was only a single round lamp that flickered with red light. That was Bandersnatch. Chapter 1190. In the gradually darkening sky, magicians in CR unit, uniforms and cold, Bandersnatch, robots floated in the air. Some of them were holding weapons, while some raised their arms and aimed at Mei Jiao who was standing on the ground. The air was filled with the smell of gunpowder. Mei Jiao glanced at the magician and Bandersnatch that surrounded her. She glanced at the human-sized hole that was blasted by the laser beam and her expression turned ugly. As soon as he said that, a woman who was hovering in the air, covered in red armor, had eye-catching red hair, and looked very much like a fox. She was hovering in the air, and her eyes were very high, making her look very much like a fox. What a pity, we're not the same as those useless AST people. He's not from AST. Mei Jiao frowned. Then she seemed to remember something. She raised her head and looked at the red-haired fox-eyed woman. You're from the dim. Oh! The red-haired fox-eyed woman raised her eyelids and smiled sinisterly. I didn't expect an elf to know about dim. This is the first time I've heard of it in a mission. Elf. Mei Jiao's face was gloomy. So, you already know my identity? That's right. That's it. The red-haired fox-eyed woman licked her lips. What's wrong? Are you scared? Elf, Viva. Scared? A sweet smile appeared on Mei Jiao's face. Are you trying to say that I have to be scared of you because I exposed my identity as an elf? As a prey, you should act like one. The fox-like woman's voice turned sharp. You're an elf but you act like a human. Disgusting. Mei Jiao's smile disappeared when she heard the other party's words. Well, it doesn't matter. The problem is that the people from Dem. Why are you looking for me? Ah. The red-haired fox-eyed woman seemed to have heard something inconceivable. Her eyes widened before she started laughing mockingly. You're not awake yet, are you? Didn't I just say that? You're the prey. The red-haired fox-eyed woman smiled sinisterly. She grabbed a gun in her hand and aimed it at Meijio. Diva. We're here to hunt you. Hunt. This time, it was Meijio's turn to widen her eyes in disbelief. Not too long later, the corners of his lips curled up. What an exaggerated goal. But do you think you can do it? As Meijio said this, she revealed an incomparably beautiful and disdainful expression. She smiled carelessly as if she didn't care about Meijio at all. The fox-like woman's face darkened. Whether or not I can do it, you will know very soon. As soon as the voice fell, the red-haired fox-eyed woman's eyes turned sharp. She immediately pulled the trigger of the gun that was aimed at Meijio. Bang, bang, bang. When the red-haired fox-eyed woman pulled the trigger as a signal, the numerous demmed magicians and Bandersnatch troops in the surroundings seemed to have regained their senses. Without any hesitation, they fired their weapons at Meijio. Amidst the chaotic sounds of gunfire, missiles and lasers rained down from the sky like a torrential downpour. Bang, bang, bang. Who knows if the evacuation order was issued in advance or if there was no one around to begin with. Amidst the continuous explosions, not a single ordinary person popped their head out. Plus, there weren't many buildings here, so the magicians of Dem were able to unleash the power of their weapons to their heart's content. Bang, 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 bang. After a few minutes of concentrated shooting, the group of DM magicians and Bandersnatch finally stopped their attack as though they had run out of ammunition. Silence was restored between heaven and earth. What's wrong? Bang. That's it? What's so great about elves? Under the concentrated fire of such a weapon, even an elf would not be able to escape unscathed. That's what bang. Bang, 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 bang. The red-haired fox-eyed woman and the other magicians froze for a moment. They couldn't help but look towards the direction of the light. Then, an illusory and intoxicating voice echoed from the center of the smoke and dust. It was like an echo from the center of the light. Bang, 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 bang. At the same time as the voice echoed out, the flashes within the smoke and dust suddenly exploded, blowing away all the smoke on the ground. Meijio was wearing a gown that looked like it was made of light. Behind her was a huge pipe organ. In front of her floated a long keyboard made of light. She had a smile on her face as she looked at them. With a smile on her face, she reached out her hand and pressed on the keyboard of light. The crisp sound of a zither vibrated, mixed with a violent whirlwind-like shockwave, madly rushing towards all the Dem magicians in the sky. Bang, bang. The sound waves reverberating in the air hit the Dem magicians and the Bandersnatch robots like a gust of wind. Dong! With a loud and clear sound, screams of agony replaced the sound of the zither and reverberated in the air. Other than the Demmed magician who had cast his Turti Tori, just in time like the red-haired fox-eyed woman, all the magicians and Bandersnatch emitted white smoke and fell heavily to the ground. The Bandersnatch, which had no ability to make decisions on its own, fell to the ground. From beginning to end, Meijio only used one attack to defeat more than half of the Dem magicians, and the Bandersnatch team was completely wiped out. Although it was a result of using the full power of an angel, the difference between an ordinary magician and an elf could be seen. Needless to say, the brainless Bandersnatch robot soldiers that could use the display device sounded very powerful, but in terms of individual combat power, they were far inferior to human magicians. In terms of precise control and control of the display device, the difference between the Bandersnatch and the human magicians was very obvious. They weren't strong, but they were much weaker. They could be considered trash. To the elves, Bandersnatch was the best target. The red-haired fox-eyed woman, who clearly knew this, had an extremely ugly expression on her face. Her gloomy eyes stared at the smiling Meijio below as she screamed sharply. Bang, 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 bang. The remaining Dem magicians were shocked. They quickly aimed their weapons at Meijio and pulled the trigger. Bang, bang, bang. Another round of gunshots reverberated in the surroundings. A large number of cannonballs filled the entire field of vision and flew towards Meijio on the ground. No matter how many times this level of attack came, it would be the same. Meijio thought to herself. Her hand once again reached for the keyboard of the Guqin of Light. Suddenly, a dazzling sword light whizzed out and cut towards Meijio's outstretched hand. Chapter 1191. The dazzling sword light was like a meteor flashing by, cutting through the air with a sharp sound as it pierced through the air. For a moment, Meijio thought that it was an illusion caused by her vision, but the alarm in her heart told Meijio that it was definitely not an illusion. It was a real attack. As soon as Meijio noticed this, she decisively opened her mouth and a high-pitched voice containing spirit force came out of her mouth. Ripples spread out and formed a barrier in front of the sword light, protecting Meijio inside. In the next moment, the dazzling sword light collided with the sound barrier that was rippling like waves, leaving no room for explanation. Chi! With a crisp tearing sound, the sound wave barrier that Meijio hurriedly built was torn apart, causing Meijio to turn pale with fright. However, that dazzling sword light clearly didn't know how to be gentle with a woman. It cut through the sound barrier in a sharp manner and cut through space. Meijio was shocked as it heavily slashed into her abdomen. Ping! Meijio felt a sharp pain in her abdomen. Then, she flew out and crashed into the army destroyer Singer behind her. She let out a cry of pain. Oh! At this moment, a slightly dissatisfied voice sounded in front of Meijio. After cutting open the barrier, it doesn't have enough power to cut open the spiritual equipment? How lucky. Hearing this voice, Meijio did not know why, but she suddenly had an ominous feeling. She held her abdomen and stood up. She looked forward. She saw where Meijio was standing. A figure was floating up from the ground. Holding a golden laser lightsaber in his hand, he stared at her with an incomparably cold gaze as he slowly descended to the ground. It was a young girl whose entire body was covered in platinum armor. Light blonde hair. Dark green eyes. Dignified face. Her appearance was outstanding. After taking in the other party's appearance, Meijio's bright silver eyes suddenly shrank and her pretty face changed drastically. Knows this person? No, to be precise, Meijio only saw this person twice. The first time was during the concert not long ago. This person appeared in front of her and took away Wu Yen who came to the concert. The second time was not long ago. When Wu Yen introduced her and the Bawu sisters to 3 human magicians who were a threat to the elves, he projected the other party's appearance on the surface of the teacup. In addition, when they met for the first time, she felt an unusual feeling from the other party. Also, Wu Yan's introduction of the other party made it impossible for Meijio to forget this person. Holding her abdomen, Meijio's eyes fluctuated and her face was full of seriousness. Irene? Mira? Irene's brows raised. She looked at Meijio's hesitation and narrowed her eyes. The elves we met recently more or less have information about me. This isn't a good thing. Hearing this, Meijio gritted her teeth and supported the huge body of the army destroyer Singer behind her. Feeling the pain from her abdomen, she couldn't help but feel her heart palpitate. After cutting through her soundwave barrier and the protection of her spiritual equipment, she was still able to injure her so much. This Irene? Mira? Meth is indeed not an ordinary magician. Executive Director. In the air, the red-haired fox-eyed woman and the other dim magicians were overjoyed. They all landed on the ground and came behind Irene. However, they were met with Irene's cold gaze. So many people can't deal with one elf. Irene's cold gaze swept across the magicians and finally stopped on the red-haired fox-eyed woman. Jessica, it seems like you need to improve your strength. The magicians held their breaths and didn't dare to refute. Only the red-haired fox-eyed woman, who was called Jessica by Elaine, said unwillingly. Executive Minister, the power of the diva seems to be very good in group battles. I really didn't expect that, so Irene's gaze turned colder and colder. She interrupted Jessica mercilessly. Are you trying to find an excuse? No. Jessica was shocked. She gritted her teeth and lowered her head. I'm sorry, It's our fault. Executive Director, but... Raising her head abruptly, Jessica shouted at Elaine. Diva's angel does have an attack that's very good in group battles. Executive Director, please let me try again. This time I'll do it alone, all right? Say no more. After hearing the answer she expected, Irene turned around and didn't even look at Jessica. Since I can't do group attacks, let me try the diva myself. Elaine had her own reasons for saying that. These dim magicians had the advantage of being in a favorable position. Compared to the AST magicians or the magicians from other regions, the CR magicians were at the very top of their game. The DEM's technical requirements for the magicians were also much higher than the so-called elven troops. Together with the CR unit, the DIM was undoubtedly stronger than the average magician, much stronger. In such a situation, even with the help of Jessica, who was the strongest person in the DEM, after Janamiya Shina left the DEM, they still couldn't deal with this diva in front of him. Unless he personally took action, how could this mission be completed? In the end, other than Irene and Shina, no one in the DEM could face the elves alone. Now that Jinna is gone, Irene is the only one left. Irene had no choice but to stand up. However, Jessica was unwilling to give up. She opened her mouth and wanted to say something, but nothing came out. She could only glare viciously at Meijio and leave unwillingly. Seeing this scene, Irene sighed in her heart. All right, look for an opportunity and support me. Jessica and the magicians of DEM were overjoyed. Yes. Seeing all the magicians pointing their weapons at her and Irene raising her laser sword, Meijio's expression changed. She stared at Irene and remembered what Wu Yen said the other day. This person is dangerous. Very dangerous. If you meet her alone, or even together, don't hesitate and run away immediately. Even if you don't have any enmity towards her, she won't let you go. Wu Yen didn't look like he was joking at all, and Irene cut open her soundwave barrier. Meijio bit her lip and made up her mind. Meijio raised her head and took a deep breath. Seeing this, Irene's eyes flashed with a bright light, and she coldly shouted, "Everyone, Tori, Domain of Will, activate." Jessica and the magicians were stunned for a moment. When they realized what was going on, they hurriedly followed Irene and unfolded their Tori, covering their whole bodies. Almost at the same time, Meijio took a deep breath and shouted a high pitch that was several times louder than before. Her high-pitched voice turned into a shockwave that swept across the area, stirring up clouds of dust. Like a tidal wave, it rushed toward Irene, Jessica, and the magicians from the DEM, covering all of them in it. Everyone, activate the jets. Her field of vision was suddenly blocked. Irene seemed to have sensed something and issued a command in a stern voice. All the magicians turned on the ejector behind them and shot out a frenzied airflow, blowing away all the dust in the field. They all looked in the direction of Meijio. What caught the eyes of the magicians was the silhouette of the elf who had turned into a streak of light and shot towards the horizon at an incredible speed. Don't even think about escaping. Elaine didn't even think about it. She immediately followed the propulsion of the ejector and rushed out. Chapter 1192. There were no stars, no moon, no clouds. There was only darkness left in the night sky tonight. In the darkness of the night, a stream of light flashed past like a scar in the sky, dragging a long tail of light. It flashed from one side of the sky and disappeared from the other. The whole process lasted less than a second and was extremely difficult to capture. Amidst the flowing light, beautiful Nine, who was wearing a dress of light, was like a goddess of moonlight. Against the whistling atmosphere, she frantically mobilized the spiritual power in her body and flew in a certain direction at the fastest speed possible. That direction was the direction that Wu Yen, Yigea, and Shixian told her when they left her house. It was the direction of Wu He's house. Beads of sweat dripped down from Meijio's smooth forehead. Meijio panted heavily as she held her abdomen. Her body turned into a meteor as she flew forward at an extremely fast speed. Meijio turned her head and looked behind her. She could clearly see that the DEM magicians, led by Irene, were operating their CR unit jets to the limit. They were like maggots following Meijio closely. If at this time, the residents of Tiangong City raised their heads and looked at the sky, then they would see a meteor cutting through the sky at an extremely fast speed, flying to the other side of the sky. There were many meteors following behind that meteor. It was like a meteor shower in the same direction. Meijio bit her lips and turned her head abruptly. Her bright silver eyes were filled with hope as she stared at the group of demmed magicians who were hanging behind her. Meijio could only place her hopes on Wu Yen. She could feel the terror of Irene, but Wu Yen was even more terrifying. If she could reach Wu Yen in time, then even if Irene was there, Meijio wouldn't have to be afraid of the demmed magicians anymore. Originally, if Irene wasn't there, those demmed magicians wouldn't be a match for Meijio when she used Angel. Even if there was Aileen, as long as he could escape to Wu Yen, everything would be fine. Wu Yen had Kotori, Toka, Yoshino, Yagoya, and Yushin. This was enough for Meijio to rely on. Not to mention, Wu Yen even admitted it himself. He had personally defeated Irene once. Therefore, if Meijio wanted to escape from Irene and the other demmed magicians, she could only ask for help from Wu Yen. Thinking of this, Meijio couldn't help but show a self-deprecating expression. She clearly said that she wouldn't trust anyone, but now she was going to ask for help from the man she hated the most. She clearly felt that the entire world had betrayed her, but now that she was in danger, she actually wanted to ask for help from the man who had disturbed her mind countless times. She had already been abandoned once, but she still wanted to entrust her life to someone else's help. At this moment, Meijio realized that this man was different from the rest. She couldn't help but care about him. He made her subconsciously trust, ask for help, and entrust her life to him. Perhaps it was because her voice was sealed the first time she met him, so she had to rely on him for a while. Or perhaps it was because he said, "Wait," to her on the phone that day. Regardless, at this moment, Meijio couldn't treat Wu Yen as the man she hated the most and the untrustworthy human being. Would he save her? With this thought in mind, Meijio couldn't help but slow down a little. It was only a brief moment, but Irene managed to grab hold of it. "Everyone!" Irene shouted with a sharp glint in her eyes. "Fire!" A loud response rippled through the dark night. Then, in the sky, a rain of cannonballs turned into shooting stars. In the silent night, they flew from all directions, baring their fangs and brandishing their claws as they enveloped Meijio's body. The gunshots that resounded through the sky and the sound of cannonballs flying through the air entered Meijio's ears, causing her expression to change. She forcefully endured the discomfort and panting caused by flying at an extremely high speed. She opened her mouth and released a clear syllable. Then, a ripple-like sound wave spread out, quickly forming a barrier behind Meijio at a speed visible to the naked eye, blocking all the incoming cannonballs. Bang 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 bang. Continuous explosions sounded in the night sky, like fireworks, causing a series of chaotic explosions. Unfortunately, these fireworks weren't beautiful, only smoke and fire bloomed. At the back, Irene saw Meijio's sonic barrier blocking all the cannonballs. Her expression turned cold. A heavy cannon suddenly extended from under her arm and placed under her arm. "Go for it." Irene did not even need to aim. She already knew where to shoot and pulled the trigger of the heavy cannon in her hand. In the dusky night sky, a dazzling flash of light pierced through the horizon, like a pillar of light, instantly filling the entire night sky. The intense flash of light, if one looked at it directly from a close distance, it is very likely to directly burn one's eyes. The dense magic turned into a pillar of light hundreds of meters long, annihilating everything in front of it in nothingness. Meijio's sonic barrier was like the weakest piece of paper. It couldn't even last a second. Without any suspense, it was destroyed without any suspense. The pillar of light didn't slow down at all, exploding forward at light speed, exploding and rushing behind Meijio. Army Destroyer Singer, Gabjapple. Feeling the terrifying attack coming from behind, Meijio turned around. Her expression was instantly filled with horror. She didn't think twice before summoning her angel. A huge pipe organ directly appeared from the void, standing in front of the pillar of light like a shield. The tyrannical pillar of light violently rushed forward. Boom! In an instant, an unprecedentedly large firework blossomed in the night sky, accompanied by intense light and terrifying impact. The magicians rushing forward, including Irene, were all caught off guard by the intense light and impact. They hurriedly used their terti-tori to rush through the shockwaves that didn't subside for a long time, violently rushing towards Meijio. As for Meijio's army destroyer Singer, Gabjapple, it already collided with the pillar of light and turned into ashes. Army destroyer Singer, Gabjapple. Meijio almost couldn't believe her eyes. The strongest weapon of the elves, their strongest reliance, the angel, was actually shattered by a single attack from the enemy. That person called Lillian was countless times more terrifying than Meijio imagined. Did Wu Yan really defeat such a terrifying person once? Meijio's heart couldn't help but waver. At this time, several missiles passed through the layers of smoke and flew towards Meijio. Staring at the missiles flying towards her, Meijio knew now wasn't the time to waver. She shook her head, opened her mouth, and was just about to construct a sound barrier again. However, when Meijio made a sound, what echoed under the night sky was no longer the crisp and beautiful sound of the past, it was a broken and inaudible whimper. Meijio widened her eyes in disbelief, but on second thought, she understood. Even the angel was smashed to pieces. How could his spiritual energy not be consumed by a huge amount? At this time, apart from maintaining her spiritual equipment and flying, she couldn't use her spiritual energy in other aspects, including the sound she was most proud of. Meijio looked on helplessly as the missiles flew towards her. She couldn't do anything. Finally, under Meijio's gaze, the missiles landed on her body. The explosion and impact enveloped Meijio's back. Even though her spiritual equipment blocked the damage, Meijio was still shaken by the impact and fell from the sky like a plane. Light smoke came out from her back as she fell from the sky. Whoosh! At the same time, a sonic boom came from behind Meijio, causing her to endure the pain and look back. What entered her vision was the laser sword in Irene's hand, slashing down with all her might. Meijio closed her eyes in despair. In the end, the emotion that appeared in her heart was a trace of uncontrollable regret. It was an apology to Wu Yan. "I'm sorry, I let you down with this thought." Meijio welcomed Irene's attack. Chapter 1193. In the dark night sky, Jessica and the magicians of Dem levitated in the air with the thrust of the CR unit ejector on their bodies. They looked ahead in a daze, and their eyes were filled with disbelief. Meijio closed her eyes and waited for Irene's killing blow. She clenched her teeth and prepared herself for the pain that was about to come. However, after she closed her eyes for more than a minute, the pain that she had been waiting for did not come. Instead, she heard a shocked cry. Meijio reflexively opened her eyes. She raised her bright silver eyes and looked above her. Meijio was stunned. Because she saw the back of a person, the word petite wasn't even appropriate to describe her back. In the dark night sky, the figure's body was covered by a black, gothic dress. The knee-length skirt fluttered beautifully in the breeze, fluttering with the wind. At the same time, there were tornadoes at the end of the skirt and long, black hair that reached her waist. Just by looking at her back, Meijio could guess that the other party must have a face that was not inferior to her own. Of course, this wasn't the main reason why Meijio was stunned. What really caused Meijio to be stunned and even her mind to go blank was that the person in front of her was not more than 1.5 meters tall, and her figure was as small as a young girl's. One of his hands was holding a black parasol, making him look like a maverick in the night. His other hand was slightly raised in front of him. She raised her laser sword towards Aileen, who had slashed towards Meijio not long ago. Meijio could clearly see that Irene was holding a laser lightsaber with a stunned expression on her face. Maintaining his chopping posture, the laser lightsaber chopped down on the hand of the petite girl holding the parasol. What caused Meijio, Irene, Jessica, and the magicians of Dem to be stunned was that there seemed to be an invisible barrier in front of the petite girl's hand. The laser lightsaber was stopped about 5 centimeters away from the girl's hand. It couldn't advance any further. That was enough to give Meijio a fatal blow. However, it was stopped by a little girl who looked less than 10 years old with one hand. This was the fundamental reason why everyone present, who had thought that the battle had ended not long ago, was collectively stunned. No matter if it was Meijio, Irene, Jessica, or the magicians from Dim, none of them knew when this little girl had appeared. After all, they saw Irene holding a laser lightsaber a second ago. She was about to deliver a fatal blow towards Meijio, but in the next second, this scene appeared before them. None of the people present were able to react in time. While everyone's mind was still in a mess, the petite girl who blocked Irene's laser lightsaber with one hand holding the parasol raised her head from under the parasol. A beautiful face that was as delicate as a doll and a pair of eyes that were as deep as the sea was exposed to the air. In the next moment, a childish voice containing incredible majesty came from the girl's mouth and entered everyone's ears. "It's about time to put away this eyesore of a sword, right? Little girl." No matter how one looked at it, it was very obvious that the petite girl should be the smaller one. However, the words that were full of dignity from the other party's mouth caused everyone present to have the illusion that Irene was the smaller one. At the same time, they were awakened from their stunned state one after another. Irene's expression tensed up when she reacted. She subconsciously put away the laser lightsaber in her hand. With the propulsion of the ejector on her back, she instantly flashed in front of Jessica and the others, creating a distance between them. Looking at the beautiful little girl who was as beautiful as a doll, Irene didn't look down on her at all. Instead, her face was full of seriousness. It wasn't just because she casually blocked her full-powered attack, it was also because Irene felt suffocated from the girl's body. She felt suffocated when she encountered someone who completely suppressed her in terms of strength. Irene has only felt this suffocating feeling from one person before. Now, this little girl who had mysteriously appeared without her noticing and blocked her attack gave Irene a second terrifying experience. Irene tightened her grip on the laser lightsaber. She spoke in a deep voice. "For you." "Me." The petite girl lifted her chin. A smile appeared on her delicate face. "Natsuki Nangong." The person who blocked Irene's attack and saved Meijio without anyone noticing was one of Wu Yan's familiars. The Witch of Space, Natsuki Nangong. However, this demon killer, who was known by everyone in the world of blood-devouring frenzy, was nowhere to be found in the world of date battle. Natsuki Nangong? Irene frowned. She started searching for information in her mind. Of course, she couldn't find anything. She could only stare at Natsuki. "I've never heard of you before. You're also an elf?" "Elf?" "Oof." Natsuki pursed her lips and nodded in a non-committal manner. "Let's assume that for now. You're not human, an elf that has never appeared before?" Irene gritted her teeth, her eyes filled with uncertainty. An elf that hasn't been confirmed isn't anything to be surprised about. To Irene, whether or not she's an elf doesn't mean that she's an enemy. What surprised her the most was Natsuki's ability to casually block her full-powered attack. Could it be that this was an existence whose power was comparable to that of the Red Devil, Itoshido? Jessica and the magicians from Dim looked at each other. They didn't know what to do. They all stood behind Irene and didn't do anything. Natsuki seemed to be happy with this. She stepped into the air, turned around, and looked at Meijio, who was looking at her in a daze. "Well, with your strength, it is not easy for you to work so hard." Looking straight at Meijio's unfocused eyes, Nayu nodded. "Leave the rest to me. Who are you? Why did you save me?" Hearing Nayu's words, Meijio really wanted to ask, but she had lost her voice and could only stare blankly at Nayu, unable to say a word. "There's no need to doubt it. I did come to save you. No, I should say that I've been watching over you all this time." Natsuki seemed to have seen through Meijio's thoughts. She raised her expressionless face. "Ever since that fellow explained to you how dangerous that Elaine fellow is?" Hearing this, Meijio's eyes widened slightly. Uncontrollable ripples appeared in her eyes. At this point, no matter how stupid Meijio was, She could understand the general meaning of Natsuki's words. In other words, during this period of time, Natsuki had been by his side looking after him and protecting him. She was entrusted by that guy Natsuki mentioned. As for who that guy is, there's no need to guess. Because, from the beginning to the end, there was only one person who had explained to Meijio how dangerous AI Lien was. Wu Yan. So, from that moment onwards, Wu Yan has been protecting her in disguise. Ever since, including now when she lost her voice. She's completely useless. Wu Yan's figure flashed through her mind. An indescribable feeling rose in her heart. It's like joy, it's like apology, it's like guilt, it's like the clouds have parted and the moon has risen. That man is really protecting me. When she thought of this, Meijio's eyes couldn't help but water. She opened her mouth as if she wanted to say something, but she had lost her voice. Even if she didn't, she would only be able to choke on her sobs. Sigh. Seeing this scene, Natsuki sighed. She was connected to Wu Yan, so she knew about Meijio's situation. That's why Natsuki felt helpless. That's why I hate this little girl. She cries so easily. She's so annoying. Natsuki turned around and looked at Irene, Jessica, and the dim magicians in front of her. She said impatiently, "What are you waiting for? That's all for today. Little girls, you can leave now." Chapter 1194. Among the demmed magicians present, the youngest one is only in her teens or 20s while the oldest, Jessica, is only around 25 years old. She's not even 30 years old yet. Yet, at this moment, a little girl who isn't even 10 years old is calling them little girls. She even used such a condescending tone. What kind of feeling is that? The other magicians and Elaine didn't say anything, but Jessica, who had the worst temper, couldn't hold it in any longer. She spoke with hatred. "It's just a mere elf. Do you think I won't tear your mouth apart?" Natsuki narrowed her eyes and laughed. Then, who was the one who led a group of little girls to attack a mere elf, only to be humiliated by a mere elf and have no choice but to be rescued by others? That's because that monster's angel has an advantage in group battles. Jessica gritted her teeth. Her fox-like eyes revealed a deep sense of resentment. "If I'm alone," Natsuki glanced at Jessica and sighed. "You look older than me, but you don't even dare to admit your failure. Your temper is also like a brat, that's why I call you a little girl." "You." "Enough. I don't have the time to bicker with a little girl." Looking at Jessica's gloomy appearance, Natsuki said expressionlessly with one hand holding the umbrella and the other on her waist. "If you're not satisfied with the way I address you, I can change it. Old hag." "You do." Jessica's entire body trembled. Her foxy eyes that were filled with haze were immediately replaced by dense killing intent. "Not even an old hag?" Natsuki's lips curled up upon seeing Jessica's reaction. "Or is it better to call you ugly bastard?" Jessica's expression instantly turned ferocious. Without thinking, she aimed the gun at Nayu. "Don't get too carried away. Stupid girl." As the cursing voice was heard, a voice rang out. Jessica wanted to pull the trigger on the spot. In the end, before she could pull the trigger, the gun in her hand was cut into two by a fierce sword light. "Wah!" Jessica looked at the gun in her hand in shock. Before she could react, a cold voice sounded beside her. "I gave the order. Did I ask you to do it?" Jessica shuddered when she heard the familiar voice. How could she not know who had unleashed that sword light? Jessica turned her head and looked beside her. She immediately saw the laser lightsaber in Elaine's hand. A cold and emotionless face. Executive. Executive head. Jessica's forehead dripped with cold sweat. How could you fall for the other party's provocations so easily? Jessica, to think that you're still the only person who's inferior to me in the current dem. Elaine shifted her gaze away. Her voice no longer contained any emotion. "I will report this to Ike. You should prepare to train for a few more years. Don't go on missions for the time being." Executive Minister. Jessica turned pale with fright. but it attracted Irene's unquestionable words. What? Do you have a problem with that? Elaine's emotionless tone made Jessica understand. I'm afraid there's nothing I can do about this. Immediately, Jessica lowered her head. Her fox-like eyes were filled with hatred and killing intent as she glared at Na Yu in front of her. Her heart was filled with hatred. It's all because of this damn brat. Jessica made up her mind. Even if she can't go on missions after returning, she will make a hole in Natsuki's body. Unfortunately, Jessica had already forgotten about it. That damned brat in her eyes had just blocked an all-out attack from the executive director that she was so afraid of with his bare hands. He saw the resentment in Jessica's eyes. However, Natsuki's expression didn't change at all. Instead, she looked at Irene with a hint of approval in her beautiful eyes. Looks like the magicians in the Dem are not all undesirable, even if the so-called magician name is just a fake. Fake? Elaine frowned. Her gaze sharpened. What is the meaning of this? Who knows? Natsuki didn't deny it. She raised the parasol in her hand with a provocative look in her eyes. Instead of wasting time explaining, why don't I let you see it with your own eyes? A real magician. As she spoke, Natsuki's petite body emitted a magical ripple that was different from the one used to power the display device in this world. True magical ripples surged out from her body and swept across the area like a gust of wind. The sudden gust of wind made the magicians of Dem a little confused. They all exclaimed, but they didn't dare to move their eyes away from Na Yu's body for even half a second. Natsuki was strong, but her mana wasn't strong enough to cause a gust of wind. However, ever since she became Wu Yan's familiar, her mana has completely disappeared. Natsuki didn't lose her power. She's just a collection of mana. Even though she has a physical body, she's still Wu Yan's familiar. No matter how much mana Wu Yan used to release her, as long as Wu Yan didn't cut off Wu Yan's supply of mana, Natsuki would be able to use Wu Yan's mana. In other words, if Wu Yan wanted, Natsuki would be able to obtain an endless amount of mana from Wu Yan until Wu Yan ran out of mana. In other words, Natsuki possessed mana that surpassed the level of a true ancestor. Of course, it was impossible for the DM magicians to know this. These so-called magicians were different from real magicians. If they didn't have the equipment on them, then they were just ordinary people. It was impossible for them to sense magic. However, just because they couldn't sense mana didn't mean they couldn't detect it. Almost at the same time as Natsuki's mana rose up, the magicians behind the Demta magicians who were in charge of providing support and carrying large instruments on their backs screamed out. We detected a strange reaction from the front. This reaction. It's not spiritual energy. It's not mana either. It's not spiritual power or mana. Irene, Jessica, and the magicians from the Dem changed their expressions. Apart from elves and magicians, could there be a third type of existence in this world that had supernatural power? No, that was absolutely impossible. It's very likely a reaction from the angel ability. Irene calmly gave an answer and quickly gave an order. She might have already used angel, everyone be alert. However, the moment Irene finished speaking, Natsuki elegantly closed her parasol and snapped her fingers. The next moment, in the vast night sky, ripples spread out without warning, bringing with them the sound of water droplets falling into a lake. They formed a high-density purple magic array. This is... Irene's pupils shrank when she saw this. Her voice seemed to freeze the air as she shouted. Everyone! Tori, Domain of Will, activate. Irene took the lead and activated her Tori to protect herself. The magicians around her also activated their Tori as well. At the same time, the purple magic formations turned and shot out shackles flickering with purple light. Like pythons with consciousness, the shackles whizzed through the air and coiled around the magicians of the Dem at an extremely fast speed. Ding ding ding. Amidst the crisp sound of chains clanging against each other, the Dem magicians who were holding up the Tori were all tied up. Even though they still have their Tori, the shackles bound them along with their Tori. All of a sudden, the magicians who were holding up the Turde Tori were all bound by the lock of discipline together with this Turde Tori. They were all confined inside the Turde Tori. Irene's expression changed. Chapter 1195. Executive Minister. Looking at the Turde Tori that surrounded them being bound by the lock of commandment, the Dem magicians all exclaimed in shock. Although they were in the Turde Tori and wouldn't be in any danger, the lock of commandment had tied up the Turde Tori, and their position didn't change. They could either remove the Turde Tori or maintain the status quo. But as soon as the Turde Tori was removed, the chains with purple light would bind them without any hindrance. But if they maintained the status quo and maintained the state of the Turde Tori, these Dem magicians would be no different from being directly bound. They were in a dilemma. From the moment the lock of commandment burst out to the moment the Demmed magicians were all bound and cried out in alarm, the whole process was less than 5 seconds. But Irene's brain instantly analyzed the situation. Her expression changed, and she directly removed the Turde Tori that had just been released and retreated. If even Irene ended up like those damn magicians, then this hunting war would be over. The Dem would basically be declared a failure. Thinking of this, Irene immediately sent an order to her brain to control the ejector of the Pandaragon on her body. She displayed the maximum ejector thrust of the Pandaragon and turned into a flash of light, quickly breaking away from the lock of commandment that was entangling her. However, at the same time that Irene dodged, the lock of commandment that was originally binding her like a python instantly changed its direction and headed in Irene's direction. It shot straight towards her. If the lock of commandment at the beginning referred to a coiled python, then the lock of commandment now was a spirit snake that shot out of its hole like a hot knife through butter. It was like a flash of purple lightning. The lock of commandment violently shot towards Irene. In an ear-piercing sonic boom, it broke through the layers of atmosphere like an arrow and fiercely shot towards the retreating Irene. Looking at the lock of commandment that was shooting towards her, Irene's face tensed up. Irene's face was tense. While retreating, she quickly raised the laser lightsaber in her hand to block in front of her. Clang! At the critical moment, the front end of the lock of commandment heavily fell on the laser lightsaber in Irene's hand, stirring up a thick layer of shockwaves. Accompanied by the sound of collision, the lock of commandment continued to rush towards Irene without slowing down. Irene's body suddenly retreated even more violently, but this time it wasn't Irene who was retreating. It was the lock of commandment that was fiercely thrusting Irene, pushing her back. Sparks immediately burst out from the point where the laser lightsaber and the discipline lock collided, spreading to the surroundings like fireworks. The ejector on Irene's back was already operating to its limit, but it was unable to stop Irene's body no matter how hard it tried. Irene's hand that was holding the laser lightsaber was already trembling slightly. It was easy to imagine how terrifying the power of the lock of discipline, which could only be used to bind someone, would be when used as an attack. This was only possible when Natsuki, the original owner of the lock of commandment, was controlling it. If it was Wu Yen who could only borrow a portion of his familiar's power, he definitely wouldn't be able to use the lock of commandment to this extent, even with the help of the infinite martial arts. Feeling the surging force from the laser lightsaber, the web between her thumb and index finger was almost torn apart. The surrounding scenery was moving at an extremely fast speed, proving that Irene was still being pushed back by the lock of discipline. Irene's expression immediately turned ruthless. Ha! With a cold shout, her brain's control of the Pandaragon was pushed to the limit. Irene seemed to have received help from the gods. The strength in her hand exploded, and she lifted the laser lightsaber up. Clang! Another clashing sound rang out, but this time, it was the discipline lock that struck the laser sword like a spear and an arrow that was sent flying by Irene, shooting towards the sky. Ha! Ha! The next moment, Irene, who sent the lock of commandment, fell to one knee in the air, panting heavily. Her eyes were filled with exhaustion, and her brain was throbbing with pain. Even for Irene, controlling the Pandaragon to the limit will consume a large portion of her stamina. After this first clash, it's clear who's stronger and who's weaker. Natsuki could easily block Irene's full-powered attack. But Natsuki used who knows how much of her power, but Irene used all her strength to block it, and she was as tired as a dead dog. There's no need to continue guessing. Anyone with a discerning eye can see that Irene won't be able to defeat Natsuki. This made Irene, who had personally experienced this scene, as well as Meijio and the magicians of Dem, who had witnessed this scene with their own eyes, all change their expressions. Irene's expression turned ugly. Meijio and the magicians from the Dem were shocked. The ones who understood Irene's strength the most were her and the magicians from the Dem. Meijio, who was forced into a corner by Irene, knew Irene's strength very well. Without a doubt, Irene was a magician who was stronger than normal elves, and even stronger than all elves. Now, the strongest magician in the world was fighting with an elf who didn't even look 10 years old. In the end, he was beaten to one knee by the other party in a single exchange of blows. How could Irene's expression not be ugly? How could the people present not be shocked? You! Irene panted heavily as she glared at Natsuki. She glanced at the chains of discipline that tied up the other magicians and spoke in a low voice. That chain of yours. Oh? You recognize my chains of discipline? Natsuki paused for a moment before remembering. I almost forgot, that guy used the chains of discipline when you fought him last time. As expected. Irene pointed her laser sword at Natsuki with a dark expression. Are you in cahoots with Itsuki Shido? In cahoots? Natsuki smiled and tilted her head. Rather than saying we're in cahoots, it's better to say we're one body. One body? This time, it was Irene's turn to be stunned. Let's put it this way. Natsuki raised her parasol again and looked at Irene expressionlessly. You can think of me as an angel with consciousness and a body that can move on its own. Itsuki Shido is my master. An angel that has consciousness, a body, and can move on her own. The magicians held their breaths. Irene clenched her lightsaber tightly. She couldn't take her eyes off Natsuki anymore. No wonder you're so strong, you're Itsuki Shido's angel. Irene frowned. Even an angel is so special, is that why Itsuki Shido is so strong? If that's what you think, it's fine. Natsuki pursed her lips. After all, even for that guy, an existence like me can be considered as one of his trump cards. Hearing this, Irene felt relieved, but at the same time, she couldn't help but feel that this was a thorny problem. Wu Yan's terrifying power has always been a thorn in Irene's heart. Irene always thought she was the strongest existence in the world. The power that Natsuki displayed made Irene's heart palpitate. Fortunately, Natsuki was a wordless angel. Otherwise, the appearance of a second existence that was more powerful than her would be a huge blow to Irene. Natsuki's words made Irene feel better, but the problem isn't solved. Since Natsuki is that guy's angel, and has the same level of power as him, Irene won't be able to take the diva from Natsuki Shido. The mission this time could be declared a failure. Thinking of this, Irene couldn't help but feel a sense of unwillingness in her heart. As Will Court's most loyal subordinate, Irene has already failed to capture Wu Yan once. She won't allow herself to fail a second time. However, she can't get past Natsuki. What should she do? Chapter 1196. Irene slowly stood up from kneeling on one knee. She held the laser lightsaber and pointed it at Natsuki while looking around. She looked at the magicians who were tightly bound by the purple glowing chains and was hesitant. Logically speaking, with Irene's intelligence, she should give up on the mission and choose to retreat. That would be the wisest choice. After all, she had already confirmed that her opponent was invincible. If she continued with the mission, they would be completely wiped out. That was definitely not a good thing. If it was the old Irene, she would definitely make such a choice. However, her opponent was not only a little girl who looked less than 10 years old, but also an angel with life. She was the angel who almost sent Irene to hell with her overwhelming power. Irene was unwilling to retreat just like that. Of course, if that was all, Irene could still convince herself to retreat. With Irene's personality, she wouldn't throw a tantrum just because her opponent looked like a little girl and overestimate herself by challenging her. The real reason why Irene hesitated and couldn't make the decision to retreat was because of Meijio. Irene could tell. Meijio's current state was like an arrow at the end of its flight. Meijio wouldn't be able to withstand a simple attack in her current state. At that time, Irene could directly take Meijio and use her as a hostage to lead the damn magicians to retreat smoothly. That was why Irene didn't choose to retreat immediately. After all, she only needed one attack, right? As long as Irene was given a chance, then everything could become a reality. What Irene needed now was a chance, a chance. Ripples appeared in Irene's eyes, indicating that her heart was wavering. She kept looking around. She was trying to find that so-called chance. However, the DM magicians were all restrained. They couldn't support Irene, and the Bandersnatch were all destroyed by Meijio. How could Irene find a chance? Until this moment. Only then did Irene realize how troublesome it was to not have a capable assistant by her side. If she could have someone who was far more powerful than the average magician to support her, then even if the other party's strength was not as good as hers, she would still be able to find an opportunity to make this mission a success. If Chong Gongzhen was still in the dim, the situation would have been different. He didn't even need Chong Gongzhen's level. Even Jessica's help would be good. Thinking of this, Irene suddenly froze. Wait a minute, Jessica? Irene's eyes narrowed as she glanced at the bound magicians. Her lips curled into a smile. Na Yu puckered her brows when she saw this. Right at this moment, a red ray of light suddenly descended from above her head and shot down violently. Sensing the sound of rushing air above her head, Na Yu gently lifted her head and looked above. Immediately, the scene of a red laser shooting over was imprinted into her eyes, causing her to narrow her eyes. Mana surged from his body, and the chains of discipline around him began to move. One of the chains split off and arrived above Na Yu's head at lightning speed. It also arrived in the path of the laser beam. Boom! The red laser hit the chains of discipline, but it didn't even cause the slightest ripple. How could these display devices destroy a chain forged by the gods? However, in the next moment, an endless stream of red lasers rained down on Na Yu's body without giving her any chance to explain herself. How annoying! Na Yu sighed and stretched out her hand again. She snapped her fingers and the empty chains of discipline shot toward her. One by one, they intertwined with each other and formed a net of chains that covered Na Yu's head. Bang 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 bang. The rainstorm-like red flashes shot at the iron net formed by the chains of discipline, triggering a series of explosions and smoke with sparks. Natsuki turned a blind eye to everything around her. She shifted her gaze to the sky through the gaps between the chains formed by the chains of discipline. Then she saw something. Jessica is holding a laser cannon and continuously pulling the trigger. She is crazily shooting laser after laser at Na Yu. Damn it! Damn it! Damn it! Pulling the trigger of the laser cannon as fast as she could, Jessica yelled with a ferocious expression. Why can't I hit her, Tisk? Na Yu smacked her lips in annoyance. She raised her parasol and swung it. Wung! The space around Jessica began to vibrate and boil like boiling water. Several purple magic arrays suddenly fluctuated and shot out purple chains. Like whips, they fiercely whipped Jessica from top to bottom with sharp whistling sounds. Bang! Bang 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 bang. Following a clear shattering noise, Jessica's tutori, domain of will, was shattered cleanly. Then, after a series of muffled sounds, all the chains were whipped onto Jessica's body without missing a single one. After suffering such a heavy blow, Jessica spat out a mouthful of blood and fell to the ground like a kite with a broken string. Now's the time. Just as Jessica was about to receive the attack, Elaine's eyes flashed with a sharp light. The flamethrower on her back was activated at full force, and her figure shot out. She arrived before Meijio in the blink of an eye. The laser sword in her hand was aimed at Meijio's abdomen and mercilessly pierced out. Meijio didn't even have time to react before Irene appeared in front of her. She watched as the golden laser sword stabbed into her abdomen. However, the ripping sound that should have been heard did not ring out. Irene's laser lightsaber also seemed to have pierced through air. There was no sense of substance at all. Both Irene and Meijio were stunned. The two of them finally saw what happened. On Meijio's abdomen, where the laser sword had pierced, there was a faint ripple that was rippling. As for Irene's laser lightsaber, it pierced right into the center of the ripples. The sword that should have pierced through Meijio's abdomen was sucked into the ripple. Not a bad tactic. If I wasn't proficient in spatial magic, you might have succeeded. Before Irene and Meijio could figure out what was going on, an inconceivable childish voice echoed in the night sky. Too bad, if you don't succeed, there's no meaning to it. Behind Meijio, who didn't know what was going on, a female knight who was 2 to 3 meters tall and was covered in golden armor suddenly appeared out of thin air and entered everyone's eyes. That's the guardian that only witches have. That was also Natsuki's guardian, the Guardian of Gold. The Guardian of Gold lifted his head that was covered by the helmet, grabbed the great sword in his hand and swung it down at Irene. This time, the sound of flesh being torn apart reverberated clearly in the air, reaching the ears of everyone present. Scarlet blood dripped from the air, falling to the ground an unknown distance away. Ugh! Driven by the ejector, Irene, who had dodged to the back, groaned in pain and clutched her chest. There's a hideous wound that's bleeding profusely. Irene didn't have time to care about her wound. She dodged to the back and left her companions behind. She flew to the horizon without looking back. Executive Minister! The trapped magicians of the Dem cried out one by one. Na Yu coldly snorted as she watched the figure disappear into the horizon. Her face was filled with displeasure. She managed to avoid a fatal wound? She's pretty capable. Natsuki said this, but she had no intention of chasing after Irene. Otherwise, with her attainments in space magic, capturing Irene would be a simple matter. She cast her gaze on Meijio, who was still in a daze, and sighed faintly. Taking care of a little girl is harder than being an offensive magic officer. How did I end up with such a master? Chapter 1197. Heavenly Palace City, Itsuka's house. In the living room, a rich aroma wafted out of the kitchen. The aroma filled every corner of the living room. Toka, Yoshino, Shurzen, and even Kotori had a pitiful look on their faces. Watching Wu Yen tossing and turning the frying pan in the kitchen, Shisian couldn't help but gasp in admiration when she saw Wu Yen tossing and turning the frying pan in his hands. I'm impressed. As expected of master, he's a true master of cooking. Indeed, he's so skilled. Yijuya, who had been reduced to a slave of a certain wolf but was still waiting for his master to cook, muttered in a tone as though he had a clear conscience. Are all the boys in this world so capable? Don't misunderstand. Kotori, whose red eyes were fixed on the plates in the kitchen, commented bluntly. Everyone has 1 or 2 strengths. This guy is just using his strengths in a way that girls should have. Cut the crap. You people. Wu Yen continued with his work. He didn't even look back. You're all watching others work as if it has nothing to do with you, but you talk so much. If you have the time, why don't you come and help? That way, you can do it faster and eat dinner earlier. Wu Yen sighed after saying that. His face was full of sadness. Why do I have to do all the work alone? Kotori, Toka, Yoshino, and Shurzen were in disbelief. Kotori said, Are you really an idiot? Let's not talk about Yoshino and Shurzen first. If Toka, Yoshino, and I help, it'll only make things worse, right? Then why are you still able to say such a line with such a proud face? Wu Yen smiled bitterly. A girl who doesn't know how to cook will be laughed at? Who said I don't know how to cook? Kotori pouted. Although my cooking isn't as good as yours, I still know how to cook. Really? Wu Yan looked at Kotori suspiciously. Then why haven't I seen you cook? Isn't it obvious? Kotori said in disdain. In this world, boys are the best at cooking. Wu Yan's mouth twitched and he sighed again. Who was the one who said that only girls should have this advantage of mine? Speak. Shi Xian thinks this is pretty good too. She sat on the sofa. Shi Xian, who had been poking each other's arms to improve their relationship, suddenly looked at Wu Yan with a calm tone. Shi Xian thinks that boys who are good at cooking are very handsome. Kotori paused. She looked at Sunset Cord in surprise. Hey, are you serious? I'm serious. Shi Xian is very serious. Shi Xian nodded heavily, casting his half-narrowed eyes at Toka, Yoshino, and Yakuya. Don't you think so? Well, since Shi Xian said so, then it's true. Then there is no mistake. Yi Juya's expression was a little unnatural, but he still raised his head and spoke forcefully. However, as the master of us 8 dance sisters, it's only natural that you have such talent. But Yoshino raised her hand with a red face. I think so too, I agree. Toka clasped her hands in front of her chest, stars twinkling in her purple eyes. Cooking is the best. Hearing this, the elven girls present all blushed with shame. Girl, we're asking about the person, not the food. Is the person who cooks less important than a dish in your eyes? Question. Shi Xian looked at Kotori. Kotori, don't you think that a master who cooks is handsome? Kotori's expression stiffened when the topic shifted to her. She used a stiff voice to say proudly, but that's just a general rule, I understand, so that's how it is. Yuxian looked at Kotori with a listless face and said something shocking. If Kotori marries Master, she'll be able to eat Master's cooking for the rest of her life. It's understandable that Kotori doesn't cook. What? Kotori's beautiful eyes widened, her face turned pink. Wu Yan, who was cooking, almost threw his frying pan away. He couldn't stay calm. Who wants to marry him? Kotori immediately stood up from the sofa and yelled with a flushed face and neck. A perverted hypocrite like him who brings back a few girls after leaving the house for a short while? You can have him if you want. Wu Yan's chest was pierced by a few arrows, tears streamed down his face. Although I also guess that you would deny it, is it necessary to do so? Is it necessary? Kotori crossed her arms and said arrogantly, I'm just telling the truth. Marriage. To eat Shido's cooking for the rest of my life. On the side, 10 Fragrance blushed before a dazed expression appeared on her face. A clear line of saliva slowly flowed down from the corner of her mouth, causing Siyu, who was also blushing beside her, to feel embarrassed. Shi Xian lowered her head and thought for a moment before looking at Kotori again. In conclusion, Kotori doesn't want to marry Master, is that right? Isn't that obvious? Kotori's eyes were filled with hesitation, but she still didn't mince her words. I'm not going to marry him. I see. Shi Xian turned around and exchanged glances with Yakuya. The two of them nodded solemnly. They stood up and ran into the kitchen without hesitation. When they arrived at Wu Yan's side, they hugged Wu Yan's arms with both of their arms. If that's the case, Shi Xian and I will have to share Master. Agreed. If Kotori doesn't want Master, Shi Xian and Yakuya will have no choice but to accept. Kotori's eyes twitched, and her face twisted. Toka's eyes widened, and she stood up. Kotori, Yoshino, Yagoya, and Yuxian thought she was going to object, but she didn't. Why are you two the only ones who can share Shido? I can't. Their legs gave out and they almost fell to the ground. Oi, you two. Wu Yan was sweating profusely. Don't hold my arm, how am I supposed to cook? Just as the 6 of them were in a heated argument and were about to break into a fight, a circular ripple appeared in the middle of the hall without any warning. As the ripple spread out, it instantly attracted the attention of everyone present, causing the scene to become completely silent. Then, everyone saw a petite girl in a black gothic lowly costume and holding a parasol, walking out of the ripples with a beautiful girl in a gown of light that was more or less charred and dusty. It was as if they had passed through a door. Seeing these two people, Toka, Yoshino, Yagoya, and Yuxian subconsciously looked at the person they recognized and cried out in surprise. Meijio! Kotori, on the other hand, looked at the petite one with a surprised expression. Natsuki? While everyone else was shocked, Wu Yen was the only one who raised an eyebrow. He looked at Meijio, who is covered in soot and soot. He put down the frying pan in his hand and he walked out of the kitchen towards the two girls. Wu Yen looked at Natsuki and Meijio and shrugged. Looks like I've made the right decision this time. Meijio stared at Wu Yen. Her bright silver eyes started tearing up. She was filled with emotions. She felt like she just survived a calamity and she also felt like she was wronged. Wu Yen bitterly laughed when he saw Meijio trying her best to hold back her tears. He patted Meijio's head with a tender expression. You must have suffered a lot. Wu Yen helplessly laughed when he saw the charred marks and dust on Meijio's body. Anyway, go take a bath first. Meijio, who was always against Wu Yen, nodded obediently without hesitation. Chapter 1198. Nighttime. In the living room, Wu Yen, Kotori, Toka, and Yoshino sat side by side. Yogi and Yuxian stood behind Wu Yen. Natsuki sat on the sofa with Meijio, who hasn't fully recovered her spiritual energy. She sipped on black tea as she recounted how the Dem attacked Meijio. Due to the Tianyang festival, Shiori had to do rehearsals for her class. She would be staying at her classmate's house for the night. Otherwise, they wouldn't be talking about elves and magicians in the living room. Other than Wu Yen, Toka, Yogi, and Yuxian's expression became more and more serious. Yoshino's pretty face also had a hint of fear. They were reacting to Meijio's near-death experience. Kotori's brows were tightly knitted. Her brows didn't loosen even after Natsuki finished. Another Dem? Kotori clicked her tongue in displeasure. She crossed her arms and glanced at Meijio. Although I knew that they had always coveted elves, I didn't expect that even Meijio, who was originally a human and had no problem with her background, would be discovered as an elf after living in Tiangong City for so long. Those guys wouldn't wander around Tiangong City with detectors every day, right? Yes, they really wander around Heavenly Palace City with detectors every day. Even if they're alone, it would take at least a month. It would take a month or so to finish the tour. How could Meijio be active in Heavenly Palace City as an elf for half a year? Wu Yen rolled his eyes at Kotori. He rubbed his chin. Well, with the power of Dem, it's not difficult to find an elf living among humans. It's just a matter of time. Meijio also uses her spiritual power to sing every time she holds a concert. It's already very surprising that she hasn't been discovered for half a year under such circumstances. Kotori nodded in agreement. She suddenly frowned. According to what you said, is Meijio's identity exposed because of the concert? Kotori looked at Wu Yen. The more she thought about it, the more likely it seemed. After all, didn't Irene appear at Meijio's concert venue when she invited you to meet Will Scott in Dem last time? Perhaps it was exposed at that time? Wu Yen pondered for a moment. He nodded. Very likely. Meijio was stunned. His expression became slightly complicated. He didn't expect it. In the end, the reason why she almost fell into a desperate situation was because of her singing. Could it be? Was it really wrong to use the power of elves to sing? Meijio was at a loss. She couldn't help but look at Wu Yen, who was deep in thought. If he didn't use the power of the elves to sing, would his voice be restored? Would he listen to her sing again? With this thought in mind, Meijio shook her head again, as if she was trying to get rid of the distracting thoughts in her mind. She fell silent. Regardless, I've completed my mission here. What to do next is up to you. Natsuki sipped from her cup of black tea as she spoke casually. After all, this is your home ground. I won't give you any suggestions, that's true. Kotori rubbed her temples as if she had a headache. But that Irene is really strong. Normal elves aren't her match. Even the old me wouldn't have been able to defeat her. Someone like that is too dangerous. Kotori was a little annoyed. There's nothing they can do about it. Irene's strength is a huge threat to the elves. Other than Toka and Kotori, no other elves are Irene's match. Even Toka and Kotori wouldn't be able to defeat Irene if they weren't summoned by Wu Yen. Under such circumstances, Irene's existence is the biggest obstacle for Ratatoskr. If they can't find the elves in the real world, before Irene, they'll most likely die. Even if they're lucky enough not to be killed, they'll be captured. Ratatoskr, who advocates peaceful means to solve the elves' problems, can't just stand by and watch this happen. Now, because of Oni-san, the Dem didn't come to us, but they must have gotten a hold of our situation. Kotori narrowed her eyes as she looked at everyone. I'm afraid that the fact that there are more than 5 elves living in this house has already been found out by the Dem. Perhaps even the existence of Ratatoskr has been exposed. Come to think of it, once we reveal any flaws, they will definitely attack us without hesitation, right? Isn't that dangerous? Yakuya couldn't help but ask. Of course. Yuxian said worriedly. Even if Master is here, we can work together to fight the enemy, but Shiori is still in this house. The robot army won't even let Shiori go? Toka was shocked. Isn't Shiori a human? The Dem won't give up the chance to kill the elves for a bunch of normal people? Kotori sneered. It's not just my sister. If the Dem really comes to us, even the neighbors might be affected. The Dem can just find an excuse to get away with it, since no one would dare cause them any trouble anyway. The Dem has the ability to create a display device. Almost every country relies on the Dem to provide the display device. Even though the existence of the display device isn't disclosed to the public, how could the world not be tempted by such a powerful device? Just like the AST, the display device has been equipped with important institutions in every country for a long time. Therefore, if the Dem doesn't want to provide the display device to a country, it might greatly weaken the country's national power. Don't think it's exaggerated. In order to obtain the powerful display device, some countries even owe the Dem a huge debt. Since the Dem is an important source of the display device, no matter how unwilling the Dem is, they won't offend the Dem for a bunch of normal people. This is the reality. Even if it's cruel, if that's the case, we can't just sit by and watch. Wu Yen clenched his fist. He glanced at Miyuki, Yagusha, and Yushin before turning to Kotori. Don't tell me the Ratatoskr higher-ups aren't going to do anything about it? Those bastards only know how to hide behind the scenes. They won't stand up against the Dem. Kotori pouted. Yasgate Electronics' display device technology is more advanced than the Dem's, but due to their different viewpoints, the Dem has recruited a large number of magicians. Their combat power is much stronger than the country's. In comparison, we don't have a single decent magician on our side. It's already hard enough to have a real magician. How are we going to fight the Dem's magician army? This is more troublesome than I thought. Wu Yen closed his eyes and knocked on the table. After a while, he opened his eyes again. If that's the case, let us do it. Do it? Everyone was stunned. That's right. Wu Yen turned around and looked in the direction of the Dem branch office. His lips curled into a cold smirk. If we uproot the Dem's base in Heavenly Palace City, they'll restrain themselves a little, right? Uproot the Dem's base? Toka, Yagusha, Yushin, Yoshino, and Miyuki were stunned. Kotori's face tensed up as she stared at Wu Yen. Are you serious? What do you think? Wu Yen grinned. His eyes flashed with a glint that told Kotori if she's telling the truth. Kotori hesitated. Isn't this a little too extreme? Let's compare it to the Dem. Wu Yen sighed. You'll realize that I'm already being merciful by not saying we'll kill all the magicians in the Dem. I agree with you on this point as well. At this moment, a figure suddenly appeared in the hall. He had a pair of different colored eyes, one red and one gold, and a bewitching smile appeared on his face. So, can I participate as well? Many people in the hall were shocked when they saw the newcomer's face. Kurumi. Chapter 1199. Heavenly Palace City, DM Branch Office. Tonight, the night sky was dark with no stars, no moon, and no clouds, making the night seem especially long. The territory of the Dem seemed to be far away from the hustle and bustle of the mortal world. The lights in the streets between the Dem's territory and the Dem's territory seemed to be unable to shine over, causing the area between the Dem's territory and the street to be incomparably dim like a dividing line. It was as if telling the world that the other side of the dividing line was not something they could touch. The darkness of the night was a stark contrast to the lights. In the territory of the Dem, many of the Dem members loved the night. While others were sleeping, they were doing their own things in the buildings. Of course, a portion of them were only on night duty, patrolling the area. In the most luxurious office on the top floor of the first office building of Dem's branch office, Westcott stood by the window, looking at the brightly lit buildings below. He then looked at the night view of Heavenly Palace City in the distance, seeming a little absent-minded. That's natural. This was because Westcott was listening to Irene's report on the operation to capture the diva. His sharp eyes narrowed, opened, closed, and curved as if they had been carved by a knife. His eyes changed along with Ellen's explanation, but unlike his eyes that were constantly changing, Scott's face had a different expression. From beginning to end, he had a meaningful smile on his face. This posture made it hard to tell whether Westcott was surprised or amused. The emotions in his heart were hidden very deep. People who weren't familiar with Westcott couldn't tell what he was thinking from his actions. Coincidentally, Irene was this kind of person who was familiar with Westcott and could see what he was thinking. Therefore, Ellen did not hide anything. She recounted the entire operation of capturing the diva, from the beginning to the end. She even told him the situation before and after she escaped. Irene believed that as long as Westcott could find even a little bit of useful information, then the next mission shouldn't be too far away. At that time, Irene will definitely do her best and won't let herself fail a third time. At least, that's what Irene decided in her heart. Even if she had to face the same situation again, she would still choose to escape. After Irene finished explaining the whole process of the operation, it was already more than half an hour later. Westcott's smile didn't change during the entire process. It was as if he wasn't the one who coveted the diva. He didn't care about the mission failure at all. Instead, he became interested in other aspects. An angel that has life, a human form, self-consciousness, and can move freely? Westcott looked at Irene curiously. Is there really such an angel? I don't know. I don't know. That's what he said. Irene paused and said, although we can't choose to believe the enemy's words, compared to having such a powerful person appear out of nowhere, I'm more willing to believe the former. That's interesting. Scott closed his eyes as if he was trying to hide his emotions. The corner of his mouth curled up. Can you bring that special angel back? Irene's expression changed a few times, and then she closed her eyes. Based on the current situation, there's not much chance of success. What a strange answer. Scott couldn't help but laugh as he looked at Irene with a teasing gaze. In the past, you would have said, there's no target in this world that I can't bring back, right? I do want to say that. Irene opened her eyes and met Westcott's gaze. Unfortunately, it's the truth. I can't ruin Ike's plan because of my willfulness. This answer is more in line with your character. Scott shrugged and asked casually. What about the magicians who went on the mission with you? They came back not long ago. Irene replied expressionlessly. The angel didn't seem to want to do anything to them. They said the angel let them go and they came back. What about Jessica? She's heavily injured. Irene's expression didn't waver at all. She spoke as if the heavily injured magician was a mouse not worth mentioning. After being treated by the manifestation device, her injuries are almost healed. She should be yelling about tearing the angel who injured her into pieces, shouldn't she? Indeed, Jessica would do something like that. Scott seemed to be amused by Irene's words. He couldn't help but chuckle before glancing at Irene. What about you? I've also been healed by the manifestation device. Irene's face didn't change at all, but her hand had already involuntarily reached for her chest. Due to the severity of my injuries, I won't be able to fully recover if I don't have time to rest. This is the second time I've seen you with such serious injuries after the last time I came back from Homie Island. Will Scott frowned. Are you all right? I'm fine, Irene answered without hesitation. Although I need time to recuperate, I can still fight now and display my full strength. However, I can't fight for too long. That's good. Westcott nodded with a smile. He turned around and continued to look out the window. What about the diva? Seeing that Will Scott did not ask any more questions, Irene hesitated for a moment before asking her own question. Should we continue to monitor the angel's movements and arrange for the next capture mission? Since that person even sent his angel to protect the diva, it proves that he won't let us touch the diva. Will Scott shook his head. So, let's not think about the diva for the time being. It was Irene's turn to frown. Are we going to ignore the elves in Heavenly Palace City? For now. Westcott waved his hand at Irene without turning his head. His indifferent and calm voice drifted into Irene's ears. Tell the people below to keep track of the elves' whereabouts and situation at all times. Don't let them out of our sight, especially that person. He even has an angel that I've never heard of. I have a feeling that he's not an ordinary elf. Irene narrowed her eyes and her face darkened. Toka Shidoha? Westcott lowered his head, and a happy smile appeared on his face. I'm getting more and more interested in him. Too bad I didn't ask him to join us. Towards Will Scott's words, Irene was rarely non-committal. Irene didn't know Wu Yen well, but that didn't affect her judgment. He's an elf. The DM is an organization that kills elves. Under such circumstances, how could he possibly join the DM? She did not even need to think about it. Westcott should have understood this, but he did not seem to have given up on letting her join the Democratic. This did not match Elaine's understanding of Westcott. Elaine could only assume that Westcott had his own considerations and plans. In her mind, the faintly smiling face that seemed to be engraved in the depths of her mind appeared once again. When she recalled the other party's powerful strength and the equally powerful angel, Irene's breathing quickened a little. Because of her slightly hurried breathing, Irene raised her head and inadvertently swept her gaze to the sky outside the window. However, with this sweep, Irene's pupils violently shrank and her expression changed drastically. Irene! A shrill cry rang throughout the office. Irene suddenly pounced in Will Scott's direction. A golden radiance flashed over her body, and the Pendaragon, Irene's special CR unit, appeared on her body. Irene immediately activated her Turde Tori barrier and rushed towards Will Scott. At the same time, outside the window in the night sky, an overwhelming sea of red lotus flames that emitted intense heat shrouded down without any explanation. In an instant, it landed on the entire DM branch office and the office at the top of the first office building. Chapter 1200. In the sky above the DEM branch office, in the void, a piece of space suddenly undulated up and down like the surface of the water. At the same time, invisible ripples spread out, like a mirage gently swaying, full of illusions. Not long after, in the ripples, several figures walked out in the air as if they were taking a stroll. They appeared in this dark night sky, floating above the DEM branch office. It wasn't until all of the figures walked out of the ripples that the ripples gradually dissipated. The people who came were naturally Wu Yen, Natsuki, Kurumi, Yakuya, and Yuxian, who planned to directly attack the DEM branch office. Originally, Toka and Yoshino also expressed that they wanted to come together, but they were rejected by Wu Yen. Toka and Yoshino were indeed very strong. One was a 9th Order powerhouse, and the other was a peak 8th Order powerhouse. If they helped, presumably, this battle should be much easier. However, compared with the strength of the two elf girls, their personalities were not suitable for this attack. Toka was simple, naive, and romantic. Although it's not that she hasn't fought before, she has never taken the initiative to fight, let alone kill. The purpose of this attack was to uproot the DEM branch office in Heavenly Palace City. Under such circumstances, even if Wu Yen didn't intend to carry out a massacre, he couldn't guarantee that he wouldn't kill anyone. Taking the initiative to fight like this may even evolve into a massacre. Letting Toka come with them? It's a bit inappropriate. Not to mention Yoshino, this little girl who was so kind that she didn't want to fight back when she was attacked by others. She didn't want to bring pain and fear to others. Bringing her here was really cruel. Toka and Yoshino were pressed at home by Wu Yen and the others to sleep. As for Meijio, let's not talk about whether she was willing to come or not. First of all, she hasn't recovered her spiritual power yet, so she would only drag them down if she came. As for Kotori, she returned to Fraxinus. She's ready to provide backup at any time. She's also here to help Wu Yen and company. If anything goes wrong, she'll be able to detect any anomalies and act as backup for Wu Yen and company. In any case, with Wu Yen, Natsuki, Kurumi, Yaguya, and Shisien's strength, it would be impossible for them to defeat Huang Xiaolong. If there were no accidents, dealing with a Dem branch company was just a matter of time. With Wu Yan's red jade mode suppressing everything, it would be difficult for anything to go wrong. Is this the headquarters of the Dem magicians who specialize in killing elves? Wearing a skimpy, skin-tight restraining suit with shackles on his hands, feet, and neck, Yi Juya looked down at the territory of the Dem with an excited smile on his face. You look very fragile, master. Can I blow it away? Agreed. Shisian didn't seem to have a good impression of the Dem either. Her silver eyes were filled with a reckless desire to destroy everything. It looks like a wide area of effect, but if I work with Yi Juya, I should be able to blow away everything inside. Era. Sounds interesting. Kurumi tilted her head and tapped her lips with a finger. She had a covetous expression on her face. It's a pity they don't have a wide area of effect attack. What a pity. Same here, I've never done something like demolishing a building. Natsuki held up her parasol. She glanced at Wu Yen. But a job as destructive as this should be the most suitable for vampires like you who can control familiars, right? I don't plan on releasing my familiars, at least. A branch company isn't worthy of me releasing my familiars. Wu Yen grinned and he took a step forward. He arrived in front of everyone and he looked down at them. He raised his hand and a crimson spatial ripple appeared above his hand. The ripple spat out a long sword that exuded an ancient aura. The sword fell into Wu Yan's hand. I don't plan on releasing my familiars, but I'll give them a nice greeting gift. I don't need to use my familiars. Grabbing the Nayatan Shana, Wu Yen grinned maliciously. It's enough for me. As soon as he finished speaking, a thick red lotus flame burst out from the blade of Nyetan Shana. It expanded and shot into the sky like a pillar of fire. It was so hot that even the air was evaporating. It instantly turned into a curtain of fire. Next, Wu Yen swung Nyatono Shana down with a curtain of fire. Bang! In an instant, the entire red lotus fire curtain collapsed and poured down crazily from the sky like a tide. It was like a sea of fire that covered the sky and covered the earth. It was like a waterfall, steaming hot air. With a loud bang, it fell to all the buildings below. Kaboom! The violent sea of fire hit the territory of the Dem branch company without any explanation. The temperature between heaven and earth rose in an instant, and the rich red lotus flames rushed in all directions. It was like the magma of a volcanic eruption, and also like the sea of fire that exploded, burning all the buildings of the Dem branch company. What is this? Fire. It's fire. It's on fire. Heavens, why is there such a big fire? Put out the fire. In less than 10 seconds, the land occupied by the Dem branch company was engulfed in scorching flames. One building after another was engulfed in flames. The terrifyingly high temperature on the ground caused the glass windows to melt and evaporate in an instant. Visible to the naked eye, scorch marks spread across the ground. One by one, people escaped from the buildings in a sorry state, screaming crazily. This scene was like a scene straight out of hell. Woo! A loud alarm rang out from the building below, spreading throughout the entire area in an instant. It's the space-time alarm. It's unknown if it's to defend against the Sea of Fire or because they noticed Wu Yen and Ko's arrival. The spacequake alarm reverberated throughout the entire Dem branch. Shortly after, the buildings bathed in the Sea of Fire were covered by thick steel plates. Most of the people moved away to take shelter. Then Wu Yan's group saw something. Magicians in CR unit and cold Bandersnatch robots flew up into the sky like locusts and flew towards them. Era. Kurumi pursed her lips and smiled. We've been discovered. They're finally here? The corners of Yi Juya's lips curled up into a smile as he stretched his body. Perfect, I haven't moved my body for several months. It's about to fall apart. I'm excited. Shi Xian thinks so too. Shi Xian had a rare smile on her face. After all, I've been living a comfortable life. It can't be helped that my body has become sluggish. What should we do, Admiral? Natsuki had one hand on her waist and the other holding an umbrella. She ignored all the magicians and Bandersnatch robots below. Her delicate face was as calm as an ancient well. She had a condescending expression on her face. However, it's true that Natsuki didn't care about those weak magicians and Bandersnatch robots. She wasn't afraid even when she could only use her avatar to move around. Now that she can use her real body and guardian, she's Wu Yan's familiar. Do we need to dismantle these pieces of scrap metal? Wu Yan wanted to nod when he heard Natsuki's words. However, he stopped when he heard the sound of something breaking through the air. He looked over with the girls. In front of them, in the first office building burning with red lotus flames, a stream of light shot out from inside at an extremely fast speed. It flew over and appeared at the head of the group of Dem magicians and Bandersnatch. It's Irene who's holding Will Scott. You guys? Irene's pretty face was so gloomy that water was about to drip out. She supported Will Scott's body and glanced at all the buildings that were covered in layers of flames. Her face was slightly twisted. She looked up at Wu Yan, Natsuki, Kurumi, Yijia, and Shi Xian. She gritted her teeth and stared at Wu Yan, who was holding a saber with blazing red lotus flames. Her eyes were filled with terror. Chapter 12:01. The flames wreaked havoc and the scorching heat vented itself on the ground. The slowly burning red lotus fire mercilessly burned everything in the Dem branch office. The steel that covered all the buildings, which were specially used to defend against the spacequake disaster, showed signs of melting under the burning of the flame. Under such circumstances, if a normal person stepped into the sea of fire, they would be instantly incinerated to ashes. Even magicians who could control CR units would be heavily injured if they didn't use their territory domain. Of course, no one would be foolish enough to stay in the sea of fire and be burned. All the ordinary people in the Dem branch had entered the underground shelter and avoided the disaster. The magicians in the Dem branch carried their Bandersnatch and flew into the air, arriving behind Will Scott and Irene. Glancing at the base camp that was covered in a sea of fire, then looking at the 5 floating figures in a row in front of them, even if the magicians had low IQ, they could understand what was going on at the moment. Clearly, the Dem branch office was attacked. And the target was the elves they had been hunting. At the thought of this, the Demmed magicians were suddenly at a loss. The switch between the prey and the hunter was a resounding slap to their faces, and they were a little caught off guard. Not to mention the magicians from the Dem. Even Irene herself couldn't believe that the Dem branch office was attacked by elves. After all, elves had always been prey in Irene's eyes. On the contrary, Will Scott, who had been floating in the air by relying on Irene, was the first to react. He looked around the Dem branch office that was engulfed in flames. Looking at the buildings that were gradually showing signs of destruction in the flames, his expression didn't change, as if it had nothing to do with him. However, Irene, who was familiar with Will Scott, noticed the smile on his face that seemed to be in control of everything. Now it was long gone. It was obvious that although Will Scott didn't care much about the sudden attack on the DM branch, he was definitely not in a good mood. Looking at Wu Yan's group of 5 floating in the air, Will Scott finally revealed a smile. Just as the others thought, he didn't care what happened to the Dem branch office at all. Good evening, Dao Lord Scholar. I didn't expect you to grace us with your presence at this time and give us such a big gift. Wu Yen raised an eyebrow when he saw that Will Scott's expression didn't change at all even though the Dem branch office was attacked. Looks like this gift isn't enough to satisfy you. How could that be? Will Scott shrugged. He glanced at Kurumi, Yagusha, and Shisien and the corner of his mouth hooked up. I can invite their devil, nightmare, and berserker with a bit of scrap metal. I'm quite satisfied with such a good deal. After speaking, Will Scott looked at Natsuki. His sharp eyes narrowed slightly as he smiled. This should be Downlord Scholar's angel, right? It's an honor to be able to see it with my own eyes. Natsuki raised an eyebrow and pursed her lips in displeasure. It's not that I don't know of your existence, but seeing you with my own eyes still doesn't give me a good impression. You're as annoying as that snake charmer's smile. Natsuki didn't hide her disgust at all. Will Scott was more or less surprised. He didn't know who the snake charmer was, but he tactfully didn't ask. Instead, he looked at Wu Yen again. Well then, Downlord Scholar. You didn't come here so late just to give us some gifts, did you? It's nice to talk to smart people, it saves me a lot of trouble. Wu Yen sighed. He looked at the smiling Will Scott and the tense Irene and chuckled. The reason I came here is very simple. Your recent actions have been quite unpleasant, so I came to remind you to restrain yourselves. What is the meaning of this? Irene raised her head abruptly. Her cold gaze landed on Wu Yen. Her voice was as cold as ice as it dropped to zero. Are you here for revenge? Revenge? Wu Yen couldn't help but laugh out loud. He took a few steps forward and his mocking laughter reverberated in the air. Are you saying that only you DM are allowed to hunt the elves but the elves aren't allowed to retaliate? That does sound like something a domineering Dem would say. Irene swung her laser sword and pointed it at Wu Yen. Red Devil. Do you think you can take down the entire Dem? I don't know if we can take down the entire Dem. Wu Yen glanced at the ground below. But today, we will unceremoniously take over the branch company that Dem set up here. Sage Downlord, you'd better think this through, Westcott said nonchalantly. Although I don't really care what happens to this place, the headquarters won't just stand by and watch the elves destroy the branch. Destroying this place will only bring you more trouble, as long as I can make you guys behave for the time being. Wu Yen shrugged while holding Neotono Shana, who's still burning with red lotus flames. As for the rest, when we gather more companions, we will naturally settle the accounts with you one by one. Hearing this, even Will Scott couldn't maintain the smile on his face. Wu Yan's meaning was clear. He planned to use the time the DM took to recover from the destruction to win over the rest of the elves. When that time came, it would be difficult to tell who was the hunter and who was the hunted apart from the alliance of the elves. This is something Westcott, who has always coveted the elves' power, didn't want to see. Westcott shook his head and sighed as he stared at Wu Yen hovering in the air. It seems like we can't be friends anymore. Friends? Wu Yen almost laughed out loud. He looked at Will Scott with a disdainful look. Should I call you naive? Or should I call you a joker? You're right. That's true. Will Scott patted Irene's shoulder and raised his hand. However, I can't just hand this branch over to you, or else I won't be able to explain myself. Let's see if the human magician or the elves will win this war. Everyone carry out the order. Elaine yelled as soon as Westcott finished his sentence. Capture their devil, nightmare, and berserker immediately. You're allowed to kill them. Don't hold back. Yes. The resounding response instantly resounded throughout the entire Dem branch office. Raphael, Urim. Echo. Raphael, the binder, Elnahash. At the same time, Yigea and Shisien also raised their shackled hands. A violent gust of wind swirled around their hands, like a vortex retracting back into their hands. When the storm exploded, a pair of cold, mechanical wings appeared on Yigea's right shoulder and Shisien's left shoulder at the same time. On the arms that were on the same side as the wings, there was also a hand gauntlet that shone with a metallic luster. A huge crimson conical spear and a chain with a rhombus-shaped blade appeared in the hands of Yi Ju-shi and Shi Xian, who were wearing gauntlets, respectively, and gripped them tightly. The dark night sky was covered by thick dark clouds. Violent winds comparable to the sea of fire below began to wreak havoc in the air. The sky and earth were extremely oppressive. Chapter 1202. In the Gim company that was filled with tall buildings, the fire was gradually expanding under the violent wind. The wind was also becoming more and more violent under the burning of the flames. The wind helps the fire and the fire helps the wind. Accompanied by the raging winds and the sea of fire, the buildings belonging to Gim were inevitably destroyed one by one on the ground. Charred stones flew everywhere under the raging winds. The entire Gim branch company was slowly walking towards destruction. Ha! Jianghu held a huge Ilrim spear in his hand. The tip of the spear spun rapidly like a drill bit, bringing with it a strong gust of wind. Like a huge tornado arrow, the spear shot out with a sharp whistling sound and attacked the Dem magicians. Dusk Cord also swung the El Naash chain spirit pendulum in his hand, creating complicated trajectories in the air, creating gusts of wind. As Dusk Cord swung it, the gusts of wind turned into sharp wind blades, slicing forward. The magicians of Dem were blown away by the storm created by Wuxia and Shi Xian. It was as if their chests had been hit by an invisible hammer. They screamed and disappeared into the horizon like pieces of paper. For a moment, the sky above the Dem branch was filled with screams and cries of agony. On the other side, Curison was floating in the air wearing a blood-red princess dress. A dense black shadow rippled out from his body and quickly expanded. Hundreds of identical wild threes immediately twisted and shot out from the black shadow, rushing towards the Bandersnatch team that blotted out the sky and covered the earth. The DM's Bandersnatch troops didn't even have time to aim the laser cannons on their palms at the large number of curtains. The curtains rushed in front of them amidst a series of air-piercing sounds. They actually directly used their hands to viciously pierce through the hard shell of the Bandersnatch, instantly destroying the Bandersnatch in front of them. Bang 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 bang. Not long after, the Bandersnatch that had their bodies torn apart exploded in midair, stirring up clouds of dust and flames. The explosions didn't stop. It didn't stop. Under Jianghu's, Shi Xian's and Curison's attacks, the number of magicians and Bandersnatch squad was decreasing at an unstoppable rate. Of course, the magicians and the Bandersnatch troops did not just stand there and not fight back. Dense gunfire and laser beams flew out from their weapons from time to time, drawing a trajectory in the air. They flew towards the three elven girls. Unfortunately, the difference was too big. Just by relying on these ordinary magicians and mechanical dolls, there was no way they could turn the tables against the three elven girls. The cries of the magicians continued, and the Bandersnatch gradually turned into pieces of scrap metal and fell to the ground. They were incinerated by the sea of fire below. If this continued, it would only be a matter of time before they were all wiped out. However, it would take a lot of time. After all, there were too many magicians and Bandersnatch squad. Jianghu, Shi Xian and Curison only had 3 people. Even with the help of Curison's clones, it wouldn't be easy to take down all the magicians and Bandersnatch squad. One thing was for sure, the war was still going on. The magicians of the Dem squad, the Bandersnatch squad, the elves that looked exactly the same, 2 powerful storm warriors. At this moment, in the sky above the Dem branch office, bullets were fired, gales raged, artillery fire raged, and smoke rose from all directions. The warlike attack and defense battle was still ongoing, causing the scene to be in chaos. In the attack and defense battle between the 2 sides, the Dem branch below was either destroyed by the sea of fire, the wind, or the aftermath of the battle. It wouldn't take long for it to completely turn into ruins. At that moment, Irene, who was the main combat force, carried Wuxia and drove the Pandaragon engine to a shelter below at full speed. Compared to Irene, Wuxia was no doubt a burden. In such a war, it was impossible for Irene to wholeheartedly participate in the battle with Wuxia. She still had to protect Wuxia. In that case, Irene's battle prowess would drop by several levels. Only by letting Wuxia leave the battlefield can Irene fight without any worries. After putting Will down, Irene started the engine again and floated up. Ike, you should go take shelter first. Wuxia nodded and knitted his brows. Can you do it? In the previous mission to capture the diva, Irene had suffered a near-fatal injury. At this moment, although the display device, with superior healing effects, had healed Irene's injuries, Irene herself had said that her injuries weren't fully healed. If she joined the battle, she would be fine for a short period of time. However, if the battle dragged on, she would be affected. Irene knew her family's situation well. Naturally, she had to consider her own situation. Therefore, she nodded at Westcott. I understand. I don't plan to directly participate in the battle. Turning her head, Irene looked at the only office building that remained intact under the sea of fire. A glint flashed in her eyes. I plan to use that? Well, Scott was stunned. Then, he seemed to have thought of something and came to a realization. However, he soon frowned again. Are you sure you can do it? You're alone. Of course. Elaine didn't even think about it before replying. My body is heavily injured, but my brain isn't. I can still operate it alone. As expected of you. Will Scott smiled and waved his hand. If that's the case, then you can go. Remember, if you fail, just retreat directly. It's just a branch company. We can rebuild it at any time, but if DM loses you, then the loss will be huge. I understand. Leaving this sentence behind, Irene started the engine on her body, turned around, and flew toward the direction of the first office building. Westcott stood in the middle of the sea of fire and looked up at Wu Yen and the others who were fighting in the sky. To be more precise, he was looking at Wu Yen alone and smiled. We will meet again. On the other side, while Yakuya, Dusk Cord, and Kurumi were engaged in an unprecedented battle between the elves and the magicians, Natsuki was looking ahead with a calm expression. I didn't expect you to stand in front of me. Natsuki's words were met with maniacal laughter. That laughter came from a woman with red hair and a pair of fox-like eyes. She was wearing a red skin-tight suit. It was none other than Jessica, who had been defeated by Natsuki earlier. However, Jessica's appearance has greatly changed compared to before. Her hands, feet, chest, forehead, and face are all wrapped in bandages. She's not equipped with a CR unit anymore. Instead, she's equipped with a war chariot. It's completely red and has 2 cannons the size of tree trunks. What an exaggerated thing. Natsuki glanced at Jessica's red mech. What? You want to drive this thing out and hit someone? Who knows, maybe you really hit me. Are you scared? Jessica revealed a twisted smile. I'm very strong now, I won't lose to you again. I'll lose to you, Jessica laughed maniacally. She opened her eyes wide and aimed the cannons at Natsuki. Finally, I can kill you. Along with this crazy sentence, a series of rhythmic clicking sounds could be heard. Jessica simultaneously opened up all the magazines on her body and launched a barrage of missiles that blotted out the sky and covered the earth. Natsuki elegantly closed her parasol while looking at the incoming barrage of missiles. A wave of mana surged from her body. Chapter 1203. Swish, 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 hoo, bang, bang, bang. The sound of something breaking through the air came one after another without any pause. It reverberated in the vast night sky, accompanied by the sharp whistling of the wind and the sound of explosions. Bang, 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 the screams of the demmed magicians continued, accompanied by creepy laughter. Then, the sound of gunshots also sounded, filling the world with all kinds of noises, proving that the chaos on the scene had not stopped. In the underground corridor of the first office building of the Dem branch company, Irene drove the Pandaragon's engine and flew deeper into the building. At the same time, she heard all the sounds on the ground through the Dem's wide-area radio. Her eyes were full of solemnity. Just by listening to the sounds, Irene roughly knew how the attack and defense on the ground had become. Obviously, the Dem was at an absolute disadvantage. Just the continuous screams in the radio channel and the noise caused by the loss of contact one by one were enough for Irene to guess the situation on the ground. If this continues, the destruction of the Dem branch office was only a matter of time. This was something that Irene absolutely did not want to see. It was not that Irene was distressed about the Dem research facilities and buildings. Even if these were all destroyed, Irene would not even frown. The reason why she did not want to see it was only because of psychological reasons, the investigation and capture mission on Harem Island. When they first arrived at Harem Island, because of Wu Yan's intervention and the destruction of Albald, they declared a complete failure. The mission to capture the diva was also destroyed because of Natsuki's intervention. Now, even the Dem branch office that was guarded by Irene herself was attacked by the elves who were supposed to be prey. This was really unbearable for Irene, who had never lost her composure like this before. So, that was why Irene pushed Will Scott, who was supposed to be her priority, out to take refuge alone. That was why Irene chose to return to the battlefield when she knew that the other party had Wu Yan and Natsuki on the scene. There was absolutely no chance of winning. It was all for the sake of fighting one last time. With that, even if I can't kill Shido and Natsuki, I can at least force them to retreat. If I'm lucky, I might be able to heavily injure Nightmare and Berserker. Irene narrowed her eyes. The engine behind her started running wildly again, making Irene turn into a stream of light and quickly shot into the depths of the ground. Not long after, an iron passageway appeared in Irene's vision. Irene saw the iron passage extending forward. Irene immediately flew over. Landing on the ground, Zhang Xian raised his head and looked at the metal passageway ahead. About 10 meters ahead, there was a small platform. On top of the round platform, there was a sophisticated instrument that looked like a cockpit. When she saw this instrument, Irene's gaze never left it. Obviously, this instrument was Irene's target. Walking to the side of the instrument, Irene directly sat in the cockpit-like seat of the instrument and closed her eyes. On its body, the platinum-colored surface of Pandaragon dimmed a little. On its 4 limbs, thin lines suddenly shot out and connected to the instrument. Suddenly, several indicator lights on the instrument's body flashed. In an instant, it lit up like a light bulb, and the screen on the instrument also lit up. Lines of data that made people dizzy flashed past, filling the entire screen. It maintained this state until 10 seconds later. The data on the screen froze for a moment before disappearing one after another, replaced by an image. A volley of bullets was fired, the wind was raging, artillery fire was raging, and smoke was rising from all directions. It was a chaotic scene like a war. It was the image of the battle between the elves and the dim magicians on the ground. Irene slowly opened her eyes, looked at the image on the screen, her expression froze. She instantly issued the command to control the instrument. Looking at the chaotic battlefield and the sea of flames below, Wu Yan's black clothes fluttered in the wind. His body was as steady as empty tie. Ignoring the storm that could blow away buildings, he scanned the battlefield, taking in everything that's going on in his mind. Kurumi's avatars destroyed the Bandersnatch one by one, and the DM magicians were blown away by Yeju Shi and Yeju Shixian. The enemy's numbers were steadily decreasing. Wu Yan's expression became more and more satisfied. He glanced at Natsuki, who is playing hide-and-seek with Jessica. Jessica flew into a rage and Wu Yan scratched his cheeks. Looks like I don't have to do anything. At the same time, Koteri's anxious voice came from the wireless earpiece in Wu Yan's ear. There's a large amount of mana being generated. The magnitude of the reaction is even greater than the mana used to power Fraxinus. Be careful. A large amount of mana being generated? Wu Yan frowned. He sensed something and he turned around. He looked at the only building left standing in the sea of fire. The first office building of the Dem branch. Under Wu Yan's watchful gaze, the first office building of the Dem branch company started moving. It shouldn't have moved. It should be said that the entire first office building of the Dem branch company suddenly floated up and left the ground. Amidst the tremors of the ground, it flew up. Dense mana flowed around the building like a golden light. It covered the entire surface of the first office building. Under the effect of the mana, the red lotus flames on the building were extinguished, revealing the charred building. This is Wu Yen and Coterie, who saw this scene through the big screen in Fraxinus, were all stunned. While everyone was still in a daze, the first office building suddenly exploded and fell apart in an instant. The deafening roar covered all the other sounds on the scene and attracted everyone's attention. Looking at the scene of the first office building exploding, the magicians of the Dem team cried out in shock. They didn't know what was going on either, even if they told the others. Wu Yen, on the other hand, saw some black shadows in the explosion of the number 1 office building. When the smoke and dust from the explosion slowly dissipated, the existence of the first office building had been completely erased. What appeared in everyone's eyes were instruments that looked like automatic surveillance cameras. However, they were several times larger than automatic surveillance cameras and were the size of tables. "What's that?" Coterie couldn't help but ask. "How am I supposed to know?" Wu Yen bitterly laughed. He narrowed his eyes as he looked at the flying machines. "But it's normal. This is the DM's territory after all. I don't believe they don't have any ultimate defense measures. Then you have to be careful," Coterie said in a deep voice. "If that's the case, then those things aren't simple." It's unknown if Coterie's words are true, but the instruments in front of them started circling in the air at an extremely fast speed. They all stopped at a fixed position. Immediately after, the two ends of the instrument flickered with light, emitting light, connecting with the light emitted from the instrument closest to it, forming a huge circle with light, emitting a strong light. Traces of terrifying energy fluctuations began to condense within the circle. "Oni-ai-chun, be careful!" Coterie's panicked voice startled Wu Yen. In the next instant, all the energy within the huge circle of light condensed into a deadly beam of light and shot out. Wherever it passed, the fighting automatons and Kurumi's doppelganger were crushed like dried twigs. Like a pillar holding up the sky, the huge beam pierced through space and evaporated the wind and atmosphere. It enveloped Wu Yan's figure. Chapter 1204. The torrent of light seemed to have pierced through the sky. From the circle that was emitting intense light, the torrent of light shot up into the sky at an oblique angle, shooting towards the direction of the sky. The surrounding wind and atmosphere were crushed into nothingness in the blink of an eye. The Bandersnatch puppets and Kurumi's clones were also annihilated in an instant. A huge hole was formed in the dark clouds that covered the sky, revealing the dark night sky inside. It was like a pillar of light that illuminated the world. It was very dazzling. However, the elves who saw Wu Yen being shot by such a terrifying torrent of light didn't think it was that dazzling. Natsuki and Kurumi's expressions changed. Yeguya and Shisien also shouted in shock. "Master!" Seeing Wu Yen being swallowed by the torrent of light, the girls became anxious and no longer held back. Mana and spirit energy began to surge crazily from Natsuki, Kurumi, Yeguya, and Shisien. The Guardian of Gold was summoned by Natsuki. With a slash, the Guardian of Gold cleaved the chariot-like body of Jessica in half. At the same time, the Guardian of Gold slashed a huge wound on Jessica's body so deep that her bones could be seen. Kurumi summoned her own, Carving Emperor, and fired bullets with the power of time at her avatars, causing all the Kurumi to be buffed. They madly attacked the remaining Bandersnatch machines and turned them all into scraps. Yagiya and Shisien unleashed the full potential of their angels. Fierce whirlwinds swept across the sky above the Dem branch, blowing away a group of Dem magicians like crushing dry weeds and smashing rotten wood. In just a short moment, the magicians of Dem all disappeared from the scene, and the Bandersnatch troops were all turned into scraps. Jessica was also fatally injured by the sword of the Guardian of Gold. She fell into the sea of fire below and was instantly incinerated. Until their enemies were dealt with. Natsuki, Kurumi, Yeguya, and Shisien gathered together and stared at the torrent of light shooting towards the sky. They were trying to find the figure that was swallowed by the light. Natsuki and Kurumi knew that Wu Yen had an undying body. Even if his entire body was destroyed, it wouldn't take long for him to recover to a perfect state. Therefore, even though they were nervous, they weren't too worried. However, Yeguya and Shisien didn't have it that easy. Their silver eyes couldn't help but ripple. They clenched their fists tightly. They were worried. This caused their hearts to clench. The Bawa sisters have only known Wu Yen for 2 months. However, they had to admit that Wu Yan's position in their hearts was no less than their most important sister. This person who saved them was both their master and their brother. In reality, he was their other half. If he really died in front of them, the sisters would probably fall into despair and cause the spirit crystal to reverse. Under the gazes of the girls, the torrent of light gradually calmed down and slowly dimmed. The pillar that was originally as big as the sky also slowly shrunk until it completely disappeared. The girls stared at the spot where Wu Yen used to be. They didn't even look away for a second. Finally, in their field of vision, an extremely familiar figure wrapped in white flames appeared in the gradually disappearing torrent of light, unscathed. Phew! Natsuki and Kurumi couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief. Yeguya and Shisien were even more delighted. Even Kotori, who was inside Fraxinus, was secretly relieved. Let alone the girls, even Wu Yen himself couldn't help but calm down. He still felt some lingering fear. If he didn't use the white dragon's scorching flame to engulf his body in time, he would have burned away the light beam that came into contact with him. That light beam's power would have killed Wu Yen. Even if he didn't die once, he would have at least lost a layer of skin. To put it bluntly, that torrent of light was at least 100 times stronger than the mana-condensing beam cannon that Albald fired at Wu Yen last time. Wu Yen wouldn't be worried about his life being in danger if that attack hit him, but he'd be in a lot of pain. Even Raphael can't hurt him? On the other side, in the basement of Dem's first office building, Irene looked at Wu Yan's unscathed appearance on the screen and her expression changed. What's that white flame? I've never seen him use it before. Irene bit her lip. Could it be that he's never shown his full strength in front of me since the moment I met him? How is that possible? Irene's eyes were unfocused, filled with unwillingness. That's enough, Irene. An indifferent voice sounded from Irene's radio channel. Let's stop here, Ike. Irene was stunned. She took a deep breath and calmed down the violent trembling in her heart. She glanced at Wu Yen on the screen as if she wanted to remember him forever. She then replied in a normal tone. Got it. That's good. Will Scott smiled with satisfaction. Come pick me up first. We probably won't be able to stay in Tiangong City for the time being. Come back to the headquarters with me. Understood. Irene nodded and stood up. She hesitated for a moment and asked, Irene, what's wrong? Will we come back? Isn't that a given? Will Scott was stunned for a moment before he laughed out loud. His voice was filled with joy and excitement. There are a lot of interesting things here, that's true. Irene glanced at the screen and muttered as if she was talking to herself. I will also become stronger. In the dark night sky, the light of dawn illuminated the dim branch that was full of ruins and had turned into a piece of scorched earth. As if to announce the end of the war, it clearly exposed everything that had happened in the night not long ago under the sun without hiding anything. In the air, all the Kurisans turned into black shadows and shot into her shadow. The raging wind slowly dissipated along with the sea of fire. Natsuki, Kurisan, Yagashur, and Shisien gathered around Wu Yen. Are you okay? I repeat, Master, are you okay? Yagashur and Shisien looked at Wu Yen to make sure he's not missing any parts. Wu Yen chuckled. I'm fine, don't worry. Shaking his head, Wu Yen looked at the large pieces of trash that fell to the ground like broken surveillance cameras. He then looked at the entire branch office that was reduced to rubble and he exhaled. Now that the branch is destroyed, the DM should restrain themselves and let us live peacefully for a while. That should be the end of this. Yi Jushi and Shi Xian nodded and couldn't help but smile. Natsuki opened her parasol with a look of disapproval. It's very difficult to live a peaceful life with you by my side. Wu Yan awkwardly smiled and sighed. He didn't have anything else to say. Wu Yan looked at Kurumi, who is quietly looking at the ruins below. He paused for a bit before continuing. You didn't find it, right? Yes. Kurisen nodded and smiled. It's like hubby said, there's no second elf here. Then what do you plan to do? Wu Yan scratched his face. Continue to search? For the time being, I don't think so. Kurumi turned around and she met Wu Yan's gaze. She seemed to have gotten over something and she smiled in a carefree manner. After all, I still don't know what I'm thinking. Is this okay? Of course. Kurisen tilted her head and showed a beautiful smile. Maybe I'll continue to search when I come back. But for now, I want to live peacefully. Is that so? Wu Yan stared at Kurumi for a long time before he laughed. That's not bad. Chapter 1205. Now, all the branches of the DM industry in Tiangong City have been turned into scorched earth. Both the research facilities and the office facilities have been turned into ruins. Witnesses nearby at that time claimed to have seen a fire in the DM industry branch, which is very likely to be an important reason for the destruction of the place. As for whether the fire was man-made or a natural disaster, we don't know yet. The relevant departments have instructed us to investigate the matter further. It is worth mentioning that in this disaster, there were no casualties in the branch of the DM industry in Tiangong City. As soon as the disaster appeared, all the staff in the industry were evacuated. I have to say that this is a miracle. Wu Yan was sitting on the sofa in the living room of Wu Yan's house. He munched on bread while watching the live broadcast of the destruction of the DM branch on TV. After a while, he shook his head and sighed in disappointment. In the end, what's the point of this report? It's not clear at all. Then what do you want them to report? A live broadcast of the battle between the elves and the magicians? Kotori put her hands on her hips and rolled her eyes at Wu Yan. Let alone Ratatosker, even the dim wouldn't expose something like this to the public. That's why I said it's meaningless. Wu Yan waved his hand listlessly. Even though the elves and magicians can't be exposed to the public, let's see if Wesson wants to see it on TV. But it's good to let Will Scott go on TV and see what he says. I can't help but want to see if he'll continue to put on that annoying smile when he's interviewed by the reporters. You really have a bad taste. Kotori sighed helplessly. Wu Yan chuckled maliciously. If it was anyone else, their face would be as dark as charcoal even if they didn't go berserk on the spot. However, if it was Wesson, he might actually laugh and say something like, "There's nothing we can do about it." Then, he'll be slandered by malicious speculations. For example, his own territory was destroyed. There must be something going on behind the scenes. Maybe Westcott set fire to DM's branch office himself, or something like that. In this world, there are always people who are bored. They're always looking for something to do. Wu Yan didn't mind seeing if Wesson could still laugh in the face of public opinion. No wonder Kotori said he had a bad taste. However, after hearing what Wu Yan said, Kotori understood. Kotori understood what he meant. Will Scott should have been interviewed since such a big thing happened in the DEM branch. But he's not on TV now. Looks like he probably left already. Wu Yan crossed his arms and shrugged. He actually ran away without saying anything. As a villain, isn't he a little too unqualified? At the very least, he should have said, "I'll definitely be back," right? Wu Yan didn't know that the joke he made just now was pretty much on the mark. Whatever the case may be, before the branch company is rebuilt, they probably won't bother us anymore. Wu Yan stretched his back and he looked refreshed. Even if the buildings can be repaired quickly with the display device, it's not that easy to rebuild the operation of the research facilities. We don't have to worry about a magician or two popping out of nowhere and threatening to arrest us when we're out on the streets. Kotori, Yoshihara, and Yuzan were speechless when they heard what Wu Yan said. Toka and Yoshino, on the other hand, were very happy. "Oh, that's great." Toka tilted her head as she chewed on a meat bun. The robot army is very annoying. It's best if we don't see them again. Yoshino nodded. He agreed with Toka's words. Before she met Wu Yen and before her spirit chi was sealed, Yoshino was attacked by the magicians many times. She didn't even fight back. She was the one who took the beatings. Although Si-Wen was kind-hearted, even if she did not hate the existence that had been trying to kill her, she would definitely have a good impression of it. Of course, it was the AST that attacked Yoshino, not the Diem, but it wasn't that far off. No matter how one looked at it, Dem was a lot worse than AST, and also a lot more dangerous. Even if Yoshino was already a powerhouse at the peak of the 8th rank and didn't need to fear any magician, even if Irene came, Yoshino would still be afraid of magicians. Kurumi couldn't help but rub Yoshino's head. Yoshino was startled and surprised. Aside from Yoshihara and Yuzan who joined after Kurumi left, Wu Yen, Kotori, and Toka who were familiar with Kurumi looked at each other with surprise. Kurumi. Wu Yen moved closer to Kurumi and looked around. He was hesitant. Are you really Kurumi? Why do you ask? Kurumi touched her cheeks with a strange expression. Could it be that there's something wrong? Is there something wrong? I guess so. Wu Yen scratched his head. I keep feeling that you're not only more humane than before, but you're also much gentler. Kotori, Toka, and Yoshino immediately nodded, indicating that they also thought so. Kurumi blinked and gracefully pursed her lips into a smile. Oh, is that so? Kurumi blushed and she acted like a pretty girl from a wealthy family. She shyly looked at Wu Yen with fluttering eyes. Then, hubby-sama, do you like me like this? Wu Yen almost lost his cool and started drooling when he saw Kurumi's blushing cheeks and mesmerizing eyes. He coughed and turned his head away in a huff. I'll like you no matter what you look like. Kurumi's eyes turned into crescent moons. Wu Yan's words made her happy. Toka, Yoshino, Yagoya, and Yushin looked at him with envy. Kotori even snorted. She didn't mince her words. You only know how to talk sweet nothings and deceive innocent girls all day long. Wu Yen was speechless. At this time, Meijio, who had been sitting quietly at the dining table and eating breakfast without saying a word, raised her head. Her intoxicating voice echoed clearly in everyone's ears. Thank you. Everyone was slightly startled. Then they looked at each other and smiled. Whether it was Meijio or all the elves present, they all knew Wu Yen proposed to destroy the DM branch because he was afraid the elves in the modern realm would be killed by the DM. He was also worried that Yoshino and Yuzan would be hurt if they were alone. But the main reason was for Meijio. Ratatasker's display device was more advanced than the DEM's, so it had always been able to detect the location and existence of the elves in the real world, before the AST and DEM. With Ratatasker around, the elves were usually found a little faster than the AST and DEM. Yagia and Yushin also stayed by Wu Yan's side. They didn't leave his side much. Thus, Wu Yen didn't really care about the DEM's threats. But Wu Yen still decided to destroy the DM branch in Tiangong City. He was afraid that Meijio, who was alone, would be targeted by the DEM again. This was something that everyone present understood. Meijio knew it herself. She knew that the man in front of her had always been protecting her. Meijio's heart had long melted. Meijio stared at Wu Yen with her bright silver eyes. She looked at Wu Yen quietly until Wu Yen felt awkward. Then she giggled and smiled. Today is the opening day of the Tianyang ceremony. Meijio looked at Wu Yen as if she had made a decision. She spoke softly with hope on her face. Can you listen to my wish? Chapter 1206. Heavenly Palace City, Heavenly Palace Square. As the most famous, largest, and best square in Heavenly Palace City, Heavenly Palace Square was not often used as a venue for large-scale events like other squares. However, once an event was held in Heavenly Palace Square, it was definitely an event that could excite all the residents of Heavenly Palace City. And the annual Tianyang Festival, which was jointly held by 10 high schools in Heavenly Palace City, happened to be held here. Today, In the entire square of the Heavenly Palace, except for the passageways used for passage, every place had been occupied by the booths set up in advance and the stages set up for the activities held by the various schools. It was almost impossible to find any empty space. The students and teachers of the 10 high schools had all entered the Heavenly Palace Square in advance. Except for those who had nothing to do, all the staff who were arranged to be in charge of the booths or activities had arrived at their respective workplaces early, waiting for the official opening of the Tianyang ceremony. Not only the students of the 10 high schools, but also the residents of Heavenly Palace City had come here early. They were in a standby state, ready to flood into Heavenly Palace Square at the moment of the opening of the Tianyang festival. Even some tourists who heard the news were waiting expectantly. From this, it could be seen how famous and popular the Tianyang festival in Heavenly Palace City was. Before the opening of the Tianyang festival was announced, in a carefully designed booth belonging to Lai Chan High School. In a large booth that looked like a restaurant, Wu Yan, who was the executive committee member, came here to inspect the opening before the opening, and was almost blinded by the scene inside. Around the restaurant-like stalls, there were various simulation stalls lined up in an orderly manner. There were simulation stalls that specialized in octopus, simulation stalls that sold crepe, and various other game stalls that sold various types of entertainment. These simulation booths all belonged to Lai Chan High School. Although the Tianyang Festival was a large-scale event that was popular in Heavenly Palace City, and even people outside Heavenly Palace City had heard of it, in the end, it was still a cultural festival. Since it was a festival, of course, it was necessary to eat and drink, which was necessary. So, these booths were normal booths, and there must be booths in other high school sections. However, the simulation booth where Wu Yan was now was very unique. On this point, just look at the title on the signboard outside the simulation shop, Maid Cafe. That was right. It was the legendary Maid Cafe, one of the indispensable Mo elements of the 2D world. It was such a shining signboard. Wu Yan, who was supposed to check every stall from the beginning, was instantly distracted. Moreover, without even thinking, he directly abandoned the other stalls and headed straight for this place. Wu Yan, who had just walked through the door, was immediately captivated by the scene in front of him. He completely forgot about his duties. "Welcome, Master." In the center of the hall, beautiful girls from Lai Chan High School were lined up neatly. They were wearing maid outfits with lace and aprons, and adorable hair ribbons on their heads. They bowed respectfully to Wu Yan as he walked through the door, calling out to him. Listening to the tender voices that filled the entire hall, Wu Yan's heart rippled, and he couldn't move his eyes away. These female students from Zen High School who were in charge of the maid cafe were carefully selected from various grades, classes, and classrooms of Zen High School. Each and every one of them had a dazzling appearance. Coupled with their maid outfits, how could any man not be attracted to them? What's more, the 5 girls in front of all the maids were people he knew: Kurumi, Toka, Yagoya, Shishin, and Shirori. A total of 5 girls who are more beautiful than the other girls lined up side by side facing the door. Like the head of the maids, they respectfully bowed to Wu Yan. Their greeting of master made him feel very sweet inside. Even Wu Yan, who spent every day with the 5 girls, was like this. One could imagine what kind of grand occasion it would be when the Tianyang festival officially opened. Wu Yan has only seen such a grand occasion once. It was in the Magic Catalog world, during the Midsummer Festival of Tokuwadai High School. Now, seeing such a grand occasion again, Wu Yan was extremely moved. He almost knelt down and kowtowed. Too bad, this kind of touching feeling was quickly dispelled by Shirori, who noticed Wu Yan's arrival with a single sentence, "Shido?" Shirori looked at Wu Yan, who was standing at the door, with a surprised expression. She checked the time. "The festival hasn't opened yet, right? Let us practice a bit more before we start, okay?" It seems that the greeting was just for practice. It wasn't specifically for Wu Yan. Wu Yan's excitement instantly dropped to the bottom. His shoulders drooped. He weakly waved at Shirori and the others and squeezed out a smile. "I'm just here to check on the situation before the festival. Oh, right? I almost forgot you're a committee member." Shirori patted her head. She looked a bit annoyed. Obviously, she's worried a lot about the Tianyang festival. So, how's the practice? Wu Yan patted his cheeks to cheer himself up. There's not much time left before the festival starts. Is there enough time? It's about time. Shiori looked around at the neat rows of maids behind her. It's a bit rushed, but it's okay now. No, not yet. Before Shiori could finish her words, Kurumi, who was as beautiful and elegant as a flower, opened her mouth and interrupted Shiori's words. The practice of welcoming guests is over, but the practice of entertaining guests is not over yet. Entertaining guests? Shiori was stunned. She was at a loss. Isn't it similar to being a waitress? You just have to call the guests master when you're greeting them, right? There's always something different. Kurumi closed her eyes, tilted her head, and smiled. Why don't we practice how to entertain guests as well? I don't have any objections. Shiori looked at Kurumi in confusion. But how do we practice? Kurumi looked at Wu Yan with an expression that says, I was waiting for you to say that. She maintained her elegant smile as she looked at Wu Yan. Her wine-red eyes flashed with a smug glint. How about we let our committee member be the guest for a while, and then we'll entertain them? Ah! Wu Yan was stunned. He pointed at his own nose. I'll be the guest. That's not bad. Yakuya stood up. He raised his head proudly. Instead of calling those commoners master, why don't we, the true master of the Bawa sisters, be the first guest? I agree. Shixien softly chuckled. Her silver eyes were filled with joy. Although it's a job, serving the master is the true goal of Yejuya and Shixien. I want to try it too. Toka raised her hand excitedly. She looked like a primary school student. Her naive and romantic personality was on full display. Shido used to make food for me. It's my turn to help him this time. That's how it is. Seeing that Toka, Yeju and Shixien had all voted in favor, the smile on Kurumi's face became even wider. What do you think, ladies? In the team, the group of maids suddenly looked at each other, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. It's not that they didn't want to entertain Wu Yan, it's just that they've been dragged into the whirlpool of jealousy. Toka is Wu Yan's girlfriend, Kurumi is Wu Yan's fiancée, and according to the Bawa sisters, they're Wu Yan's slaves. This complicated relationship has been spread throughout Lai Chanhai. There's no way they didn't know about it. Kurumi's suggestion is to compete for favor. If Wu Yan knew what these maids are thinking, he would be dead meat for sure. Shiori seemed to have thought of this as well. Her expression became unnatural. She glared at Wu Yan and waved her hand lazily. In that case, Tokazaki-san, you can try to entertain Shido. Yes, this? Wu Yan's mouth twitched. What about me? You're tuning in to the Han Li's Immortal Journey YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.